Chapter 371. Suddenly, Qin Yu seemed to have noticed something and looked in a certain direction. Whoosh! In a flash, Qin Yu and the skeleton ghost king retracted their auras and burrowed into the ground, heading in that direction. This is quite a spectacular sight. At the center of the two demonic qi light pillars was the peak of a mountain. The ancient demon, the silver-striped metal demon, and the fire elemental demon were looking at the scene created by the two demonic qi light pillars. With these two demonic qi light pillars, the people from the imperial palace will not be able to find the divine power altar in a short time. The ancient demon race being spoke. This was the reason why he had detonated the demonic qi light pillars after his plan had failed. Bam! All of a sudden, a stone wall somewhere on the mountain suddenly exploded. A beam of blood-red light shot out as fast as lightning. A sneak attack. The three ancient demon clans immediately retreated. However, at this moment, a surge of chaotic energy appeared and affected the three of them. Break! The ancient demon's face changed and he shouted as he tore the air with his hands. The chaotic force around him was torn apart, and he retreated in a flash. The silver-striped metal demon who was close to him also managed to break free. Kaila. Only the fire elemental demon was unable to free himself and was killed by the demon culling sword. His demon soul was destroyed by Qin Yu. Boom! Almost instantly, the skeleton ghost king flashed out of the void and punched out. The vast fist radiance exploded and the ancient demon and silver-striped metal demon, who were retreating, were forced back by the punch. Qin Yu and the skeleton ghost king blocked the ancient demon and silver-striped metal demon from the front and back. A martial emperor can pass through the demon god's restriction without making a sound. The ancient demon and silver-striped metal demon's faces darkened. Even with their cultivation, they did not realize that someone had sneaked up on them. If they had reacted a little slower, they would have been killed like the fire elemental demon. Whoosh! Whoosh! Qin Yu and the skeleton ghost king didn't care about their surprise and rushed out together. Qin Yu faced off against the ancient devil clan while the skeleton ghost king faced off against the silver-marked iron devil clan. Kai Lane Qin Yu swung his sword, and the blood-red sword light slashed out continuously, cutting a long crack in the void. Do you think you'll be able to succeed in your sneak attack like just now? The ancient demon's eyes were cold as he roared, and a majestic devil curse swept out. His cultivation had reached the peak of rank 7 martial emperor. He was only a step away from becoming a rank 8 martial emperor. Boom! Boom! Qin Yu brandished his sword and slashed at the ancient devil clan's seal. The two of them fought intensely in the void. Both of them unleashed their killer moves and went all out. The void exploded violently as spatial cracks spread out. Although Qin Yu had used the Azure Dragon Battle the Heavens, his cultivation had only increased to rank 6 martial emperor. However, by relying on the divine abilities and secret techniques that he possessed, he was able to fight against peak rank 7 martial emperors without being at a disadvantage in the slightest. In fact, the more he fought, the fiercer he became. This brat, exactly who is he? The ancient devil clan's ancient demon was incomparably shocked. He had never seen such a demon-level genius before. It was already shocking enough for a rank 1 martial emperor to be able to reach rank 6 martial emperor after using a secret technique. And now, Chu Feng, a rank 6 martial emperor, was actually able to unleash battle power on par with him, a peak rank 7 martial emperor. This was simply too shocking. Bang! Bang! The battle between the skeleton ghost king and the ancient devil clan's ancient demon was also in full swing. The skeleton ghost king was a puppet to begin with. Now, his cultivation had reached rank 6 martial emperor. On top of that, the great desolate beast marks on the barbarian god emperor's body had formed countless mysterious mutated beasts. This allowed the skeleton ghost king to faintly possess the power to fight enemies of a higher cultivation. It was evenly matched with the peak rank 6 martial emperor silver-marked iron demon. Whoosh! While Qin Yu and the skeleton ghost king were fighting against the ancient devil clan's ancient demon and the silver-marked iron demon, the emperor realm exalted from the heavenly imperial palace appeared before a towering demonic pillar. After he appeared, he did not hesitate and directly charged into the demonic pillar, entering the entrance of the underground volcano. Seal. Boundless Tao energy began to condense. At this moment, the entire world's energy seemed to have gathered and turned into an enormous sealing array. Then, the sealing array entered the underground volcano. Immediately, the demonic chi from the outer realm that was rushing out endlessly was sealed. After that, the Emperor Realm Exalted arrived before the second pillar of demonic chi and sealed it in the same way. What's going on? Why has the martial world's spirit energy decreased by 60%? After carefully sensing the situation, the Emperor Realm Exalted Elder's expression became extremely unsightly. When the two pillars of demonic chi erupted, he immediately rushed over with his full speed. From start to finish, only several dozen breaths of time had passed. In such a short period of time, no matter how strong the corrosive power of the demonic chi was, it should be impossible for it to be this strong. 60% of the martial world's spirit energy was already indescribable. Although he was extremely puzzled, the Emperor Realm Exalted Elder did not linger on this matter. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The demonic chi from the outer realm that had been dyed black by the corrosion immediately flew into the sky and rushed towards the demonic chi. Immediately, the demonic chi from the outer realm that was originally spreading in all directions and corroding everything that had spirit was quickly sealed. It was constantly being sealed. Unfortunately, the demonic chi from the two pillars of demonic chi was too much. Even with his Emperor Realm cultivation, it was difficult for him to seal it all in a short period of time. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the battle at the peak of the mountain was still ongoing. The battle between Qin Yu and the other three was getting more and more violent. If not for the fact that the ancient demon had set up a demon barrier around Qin Yu's mountain, the Emperor Realm Exalted Elder would have sensed it long ago. 9 Nether Purgatory. With a thought, Qin Yu covered his body with pitch-black dragon scales. The pitch-black purgatory space that sealed one's divine sense spread out and shrouded the ancient demon. Qin Yu's figure flashed and charged out forcefully. The demon slaughtering sword in his hand had been replaced by the Sky Splitter spear. The demon slaughtering sword was not as effective against the ancient demon as it was against the demon from the outer realm. Therefore, Qin Yu switched to the Sky Splitter spear that he was familiar with. At the sharp tip of the spear, an extremely terrifying slaughter aura condensed. Demon Rune Wave. The ancient demon was shocked and his face turned solemn. Immediately, he formed a seal with both hands and a special demon rune wave spread out in a circle shape, causing the void to tremble slightly. The moment Qin Yu, who had used a destructive killer move, came into contact with the demon rune wave, the ancient demon sensed it. At this moment, Qin Yu's long spear pierced through the air like a dragon. A destructive slaughter aura swept out, as if it wanted to slaughter all living beings in the world. This brat. The ancient demon turned pale with fright and immediately retreated rapidly. As he retreated, he formed a seal with both hands and summoned a huge demon stele, which fiercely collided with the Sky Splitter spear. Break. A chilling murderous intent flashed in Qin Yu's eyes as he moved his mind. The Divine Dragon Ancient Seal, the Immortal Execution Ancient Diagram, and the God Execution Array trembled. 10 strands of God Execution intent condensed and erupted along with the Sky Splitter spear. Chapter 372. Catcher. With a loud cracking sound, the gigantic devil stele that the ancient demon clan had summoned exploded. How is this possible? The ancient demon race's pupils shrank and his hair stood on end. The huge demon stele was a true emperor artifact and was famous for its defensive power. But in Qin Yu's hands, it exploded with a single blow. This was simply not something that a martial emperor could do. Boom. While the ancient demon clan was still in shock, a destructive killing intent swept through the entire purgatory space like a torrent. The defense set up by the ancient demon clan was destroyed by the murderous aura as easily as crushing dry weeds. Without even a moment of resistance, the ancient demon was killed. Soul-devouring curse. But just as the ancient demon race was affected by the God Legion killing intent, Qin Yu formed a seal with both hands and shot out a finger seal. The ancient demon race's emperor soul was immediately suppressed and swept out. Using 10 bursts of God Legion killing intent at once is still too much. Qin Yu clenched his right hand. The 10 bursts of God Legion killing intent caused his entire right arm to hurt. If he had not cultivated the divine dragon tyrant body and reached the martial emperor realm, if that was the case, the 10 streams of killing intent from the gods would have completely destroyed his right arm. After all, in his previous life, Qin Yu had only gradually mastered the killing intent of the god-punishing array when he reached the emperor realm. He looked at the emperor realm elder who was suppressing the demon qi in the distance. Qin Yu's figure flashed and his spear turned into a blood sword. Together with the skeleton ghost king, he attacked the silver-patterned iron demon race. That was because the iron demon race's defense was more than 10 times stronger than ordinary iron demons. But under Qin Yu's demon slaughtering sword and the skeleton ghost king's joint attack, the silver-patterned iron demon race was defeated. After the battle, Qin Yu did not stay any longer and left the mountain. Inside a certain canyon, Qin Yu was sitting cross-legged. He was currently refining the soul of that ancient demon clan's emperor soul. Not long after, Qin Yu arrived at the ancient devil clan's ancestral realm, the location of the endless devil domain. Just as Qin Yu had guessed before, after the primordial upheaval war, the primordial demon tribe had moved the entire boundless demon realm into an empty space. The entrance was in the extraterritorial devil realm. Qin Yu carefully gathered information about the ancient demon clan, then swallowed and refined it. From the information he had obtained, if one wanted to go to the endless demon domain, one had to be at least an emperor realm master. That was because the boundless demon domain had become the gathering place of the ancient demon clan. Although there weren't many ancient demon clans left, there were still many emperor realm masters. Before reaching the emperor realm, going to the endless demon domain was no different from courting death. As for the plan between the ancient demon clan and the extraterritorial demon clan, Qin Yu was unaware of it. The moment his soul was sealed, the ancient demon tried to detonate his sovereign soul. Although it was sealed by Qin Yu in time, countless memories were destroyed. Qin Yu only knew that many demon clan masters from the extraterritorial demon clan seemed to be involved in this plan. There would probably be a big movement from the extraterritorial demon clan. Qin Yu didn't care too much about the movements of the ancient demon clan and the extraterritorial demon clan. The extraterritorial demon clan had been coveting the 9 provinces of the heaven domain for a long time. Countless battles had been fought during the invasion. After so many years, they hadn't succeeded. Even if the extraterritorial demon clan really made a move, the heaven domain would be able to handle it. Moreover, regardless of whether the heaven domain could handle it, with Qin Yu's current cultivation, he wouldn't be able to handle it. He couldn't get involved in this matter at all. He wasn't the dragon god emperor realm master of the past. If the sky fell, there would naturally be those higher up to hold it up. For Qin Yu, there were 2 most important things now. One was to find the dragon clan, and the other was to plunder their luck. The more dragons he subdued, the faster his cultivation would recover. The stronger the luck he plundered, the better his luck would be. However, although he didn't understand the purpose of the extraterritorial demon clan, from the ancient demon clan, Qin Yu didn't only know the location of the boundless demon realm. He also knew the reason why the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the 4 black tortoise realm had disappeared by 60%. This news had caused Qin Yu to be quite interested. At the moment when Qin Yu was killing that ancient devil clan member, on a desolate continent an unknown distance away from the 4 black tortoise realm, the expression of a burly man with a ferocious demon seal on his face suddenly changed. "What's wrong?" Beside the man with the demon seal, a handsome man in white clothes asked. Something happened to Xingxiu. His emperor spirit flame was extinguished. The man with the demon seal said indifferently, without the slightest fluctuation. Those who didn't know would think that he was talking about someone he didn't want to kill. However, the ancient devil clansman that Qin Yu had killed was actually his younger brother. Xingxiu's mission was in the territory of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Was it discovered by the Heavenly Imperial Palace? The voice of the handsome man in white clothes was a little surprised, but that was all. Luckily, the Heavenly Imperial Palace was only a trial site. If it wasn't discovered, It could be used as a backup plan. Even if it was discovered, it wouldn't be a big deal. The man with the demon seal said. The deployment of the 9 prefectures is basically complete. When are they going to make their move? The handsome man in white clothes changed the topic. Compared to their entire plan, this mistake was insignificant. They'll probably start the plan when those powerhouses wake up. The man with the demon seal said. There are rumors that they've been in contact with that person from the blood demon continent. The man in white clothes pondered for a while and said. Isn't it said that the blood demon can't leave the seal of the blood demon continent? The eyelids of the man with the demon seal trembled. That blood demon was an existence that had survived from the ancient era. Whether it was the 9 prefectures or the outer realm, there was probably no other person like him. It's not clear yet, but if the rumors are true, then that person from the blood demon continent should have found a way to avoid the heavenly Tao reincarnation. The man in white clothes said. Everyone had a cycle of life and death, unless they could continuously break through. But that person from the blood demon continent had a technique to deceive the heavens. He sealed himself in the blood demon continent and avoided the heavenly Tao reincarnation, living one life after another. Logically speaking, the blood demon continent should be an absolute forbidden area. But that blood demon didn't forbid people from entering the blood demon continent. No one knew what he was planning. If that person from the blood demon continent really has a way to leave the blood demon continent, then the end of the 9 prefectures will truly come. The man with the demon seal revealed a cold smile. If their clan hadn't hidden in the outer realm, they would have been exterminated by the 9 prefectures. That was why they had joined forces with the true demon race in the outer realm to take revenge on the heaven realm. At this moment, in the 4 black tortoise realm, whoosh, Qin Yu flashed through the air and flew toward a certain area in the martial realm. 2 hours later, Qin Yu arrived at a deathly silent mountain range. This mountain range was as silent as a graveyard. There was no sound at all. When he saw the mountain range, Qin Yu immediately flew down and used the earth burrowing technique to approach it. But he didn't step into the mountain range. Instead, he set up a huge formation around it. Chapter 373. Break. After setting up the spirit formation, Qin Yu walked to the edge of the mountain range. He extended his left hand, and the spirit formation plate in his palm started to shine. Immediately, the space where Qin Yu's left hand touched started to ripple like water. Mysterious ancient runes appeared one after another. However, those ancient runes were the demon race's ancient runes. At the moment when those devil clan's ancient marks appeared, the scene in front of Qin Yu immediately changed. The mountain range that was originally undulating had turned into a deep valley over 1,000 miles wide. This mountain range was actually an enormous illusion formation. Over 100 ancient altars were scattered throughout the deep valley. Above those altars, there were countless mysterious and profound demonic runes spreading out, forming a ceiling formation. In the center of the grand ceiling formation, the vast ocean of natural spiritual energy had completely liquefied, surging like waves. That's right, the natural spiritual energy had turned into a vast ocean. Countless mysterious crystals were forming on their own at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, there were several tens of people collecting those mysterious crystals. They were the Iron Demon Clansmen and the Fire Essence Demon Clansmen. Although their plan to shatter the 4 Black Tortoise realm had failed, the Ancient Era's Demon Clansmen had not given up. Using their extraordinary methods, they had plundered close to 60% of the 4 Black Tortoise realm's natural spiritual energy. Who is it? That's the symbol of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Oh no, the spirit formation has been broken by the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Wait, it seems like he's alone. The extraterritorial demon clansmen were all astonished to see Qin Yu. However, they soon regained their senses. He was only a rank 1 martial emperor. Even if he had discovered them, he would not be able to do anything. Quickly finish him off and set up the spirit formation again. A rank 5 martial emperor coldly ordered a Fire Essence Demon Clansman. Then, his voice came to an abrupt stop. Qin Yu stepped into the deep valley with large strides. Then, runes filled the air. The spirit formation that had been broken by Qin Yu was restored to its original appearance of a mountain range. What is he planning to do? The extraterritorial demon clansmen were all startled. They did not understand Qin Yu's intention. Not only did he not inform the heavenly imperial palace of their whereabouts, but he also restored the illusion formation. Was he planning to continue concealing them? Whoosh! Suddenly, Qin Yu moved. His aura broke through the clouds, shattering the heavens. His cultivation of rank 1 Martial Emperor directly soared to rank 6 Martial Emperor. At the same time, a white light flashed, and the skeleton Ghost King appeared, charging out with a mighty aura. 2 rank 6 Martial Emperors? Stop them. We can't let them destroy the altar. Even if they are rank 6 Martial Emperors, there are only 2 of them. There's nothing to be afraid of. Attack. The extraterritorial devils recovered from their shock. All of them unleashed their terrifying demonic auras as they joined forces with Qin Yu and the skeleton Ghost King to suppress them. Rumble. An earth-shaking battle immediately broke out. Qin Yu and the skeleton Ghost King were fighting against dozens of people each, but they were still powerful and invincible. One after another, the extraterritorial devils died at their hands. The battle only lasted for a mere half an hour before it came to an end. In the great battle, many devils still wanted to escape, but outside this illusion array, Qin Yu had long laid down a barrier. They simply didn't have the chance to escape, and running would only cause them to die faster. However, at the final moment, the actions of the 2 leaders of the Iron Demon Clan and the Fire Demon Clan puzzled Qin Yu. The 2 of them didn't surrender, nor did they fight to the death. Instead, they destroyed the altars. Although Qin Yu didn't know the intentions of the extraterritorial devils, he naturally wouldn't let them do as they wished. In a few breaths' time, all of the devils were killed. After the battle, the skeleton Ghost King frantically absorbed the vital energy of the devils, and its cultivation increased. Qin Yu stepped into the center of the altar and used a secret technique to sense it. Qin Yu was sure that the vast sea of spiritual energy was formed by the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth. 60% of the spiritual energy that had disappeared from the 4 Black Tortoise realm should have gathered here. However, what interested Qin Yu were the mysterious crystals. Although the crystals were formed by the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth, there was an extremely strange power in them. The power wasn't the great way of heaven and earth, nor was it the martial way's true origin, nor was it the power of the extraterritorial devils. Could this be ancient divine power? Qin Yu crushed a crystal, and immediately, a trace of golden divine light flowed out. The corner of Qin Yu's eyes twitched. He was shocked to find that the power contained in the crystal was divine power. What was divine power? That was a power that could only be cultivated by the gods of the ancient era. The extraterritorial devils could actually cultivate divine power? No wonder. Qin Yu looked at the altars that had been destroyed, and there were only a dozen of them left. He finally understood why the devils wanted to completely destroy the altars before they died. The fact that these altars contained divine power was definitely a big secret of the extraterritorial devil clan. Could it be that this was the secret that the ancient devil clan wanted to hide even if they had to detonate their sovereign soul? Thinking of this, Qin Yu immediately kept the remaining 14 altars and went back to study them. Then, Qin Yu looked at the divine power crystals. After pondering for a while, Qin Yu waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. A series of densely packed explosions rang out. All the divine power crystals exploded, turning into billowing divine power and spiritual energy, and returned to the spiritual energy of the void. Then, Qin Yu formed a seal with his hands. He consumed a large amount of dragon aura to control the divine dragon ancient seal, and opened the origin dragon world of the dragon soul. The mighty purple lightning divine dragon and golden heaven incinerating dragon appeared. There's not much time left. Hurry up and absorb the spiritual energy. Qin Yu called out and sat cross-legged in the air. He circulated the immemorial battle dragon art and madly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Nearly 60% of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered here in the 4 Black Tortoise realms. It was vast and terrifying. Although Qin Yu had a divine body that was 55 times faster, he could not absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in a short time. That was why he summoned the purple lightning divine dragon and golden heaven incinerating dragon. If the Emperor realm masters of the imperial palace arrived, they might disperse the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After all, the martial world had not only lost 60% of its spiritual energy, but it had also been eroded by the massive amount of demon chi from the extraterritorial lands. In terms of the level of the martial arts world, it was already a great loss of vitality. If they wanted to completely recover, it would probably take hundreds of years. For the imperial palace, it was equivalent to the martial world being half destroyed. With insufficient spiritual energy, the growth of spirit herbs and spirit stones in the martial world would be extremely slow. It would not be able to contribute resources to the imperial palace. However, Qin Yu did not care much about the future of the martial world. Since the extraterritorial land's demon race had helped and gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Qin Yu would not let go of this opportunity. What kind of power is this? After the golden heaven incinerating dragon appeared, it immediately left the area of divine power and spiritual energy, and said in a disgusted tone, "Ancient divine power?" The purple lightning divine dragon was also extremely repulsed. But it had lived far longer than the golden heaven incinerating dragon, so it recognized the divine power. Chapter 374. What's wrong? Qin Yu asked curiously. Qin Yu knew how much spirit chi the purple thunder divine cloud dragon and the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon needed. Now that there was such a vast amount of spirit chi in front of them, they didn't react at all. The divine power in the spirit chi makes me very uncomfortable. It seems to be interfering with my bloodline. I'm afraid it's not ordinary divine power. The purple thunder divine cloud dragon said. Is it? Qin Yu sensed it carefully. The dragon bloodline in his body didn't have such a feeling. The divine power in the spirit chi had been completely refined by the battle dragon true origin. Qin Yu's cultivation was increasing at an alarming rate. Just in case, it's better not to absorb it. The purple thunder divine cloud dragon advised. Do you feel anything about the dragon chi and divine power? Qin Yu put the purple thunder divine cloud dragon and the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon into the chaotic dragon realm. He looked at the skeleton ghost king, whose bones were glowing after absorbing the blood chi. I don't feel anything. The skeleton ghost king shook its head after absorbing the blood chi. However, the skeleton ghost king wasn't interested in absorbing the spirit chi. Its combat power came from the strength of the barbarian god emperor's body. It didn't take the path of spirit refinement. No matter how much spirit chi it absorbed, it couldn't strengthen the barbarian god emperor's body. Qin Yu thought for a while and started cultivating again. After all, both the spirit chi and divine power had been completely integrated by the battle dragon true origin. Even if the divine power was strange, it didn't matter. After cultivating for a while, Qin Yu opened his eyes and stood up helplessly. This deep valley was at least 1,000 miles wide. The entire space of the omphalos was filled with dense, tide-like liquid spiritual energy. Even with Qin Yu's terrifying cultivation speed, it would take at least half a month for him to absorb all the spirit chi. Sky-swallowing array. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu's eyes lit up and he opened his hands. Mysterious spirit inscriptions rose from the spirit array disc in his left hand. Godly light flickered on his right palm as he executed the Heaven's War Emperor transformation. An ancient cauldron appeared. He clasped his hands together, and the ancient cauldron immediately fused with the profound spiritual patterns. Shortly after, Qin Yu let out a low roar. The ancient furnace formation rotated and flew into the sky. The lid of the ancient furnace opened, and a heaven-devouring power erupted from within. In an instant, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that filled the deep valley was crazily devoured by the ancient furnace. That devouring speed was like a giant whale swallowing the sea. The heaven-swallowing formation swallowed up the heaven-swallowing formation at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a quarter of an hour, the massive amount of spiritual chi in the entire deep valley was completely devoured by the sky-swallowing array. Qin Yu immediately sealed the heaven-devouring cauldron into the ancient seal of the dragon god. Then, he left the valley with the skeleton Gaol king. Shenfeng, you're finally back. When Qin Yu returned to the city, Shi Jingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Qin Yu had returned safely. Qin Yu's safety had caused the upper echelons of the heavenly palace to inquire about it several times. However, the disciples of the other heavenly emperors had a solemn atmosphere. "I'm fine." Qin Yu shook his head slightly. He could roughly guess the reason for the solemn atmosphere among the disciples of the heavenly palace. The explosion of the 2 demon chi light pillars had destroyed 2 cities. The disciples of the heavenly emperor palace who had gone to reinforce the 2 cities had most likely not returned. The invasion of the extraterritorial demon race had thoroughly angered the heavenly emperor palace. The heavenly emperor palace had sent 10 emperor realm masters to investigate. As for the extraterritorial demon race's plan to extract 60% of the world's spiritual chi and destroy the martial world, Qin Yu thought about it and did not inform the heavenly emperor palace. This time, the extraterritorial demon race had sent over 100 martial emperors. There were 6th grade and 7th grade martial emperors among them. With Qin Yu's strength, under normal circumstances, even with the help of the skeleton Gao King, it would be impossible for him to exterminate the extraterritorial demon race. Therefore, once he opened his mouth, regardless of whether he was telling the truth or lying, Qin Yu would be asking for trouble. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Anyway, the extraterritorial demon race had caused such a big commotion this time. The heavenly emperor palace should be vigilant and would not give the extraterritorial demon race any chance to exploit. After all the disciples who had come to train and were still alive were found and brought back, Qin Yu, Shi Jingtian, and the others were all sent back to the heavenly emperor palace. In the following period, except for the emperor realm elders, the 4 Black Tortoise world had basically become a forbidden area. As for the reason, the heavenly emperor palace had also found out that the extraterritorial demon race wanted to destroy the 4 world nodes of the 4 Black Tortoise worlds. In addition, they had also found out the method of the extraterritorial demon race's invasion. This matter had alerted the heavenly emperor palace. Although the heavenly emperor palace did not reveal anything on the surface, they had been moving frequently in the dark. Almost all the subsidiary martial worlds and the shattered continent had been carefully investigated. As for the outside world, no one knew that the extraterritorial demon race had invaded the 4 Black Tortoise worlds. This was related to the face of the heavenly emperor palace. Naturally, the heavenly emperor palace would not tell them too much. However, the heavenly emperor palace did not know because they had concealed the invasion of the extraterritorial demon race. As a result, the other forces did not know that the extraterritorial demon race had already found a way to invade. Therefore, in the near future, the entire heavenly realm would be dragged into turmoil by the extraterritorial demon race. After returning from the 4 Black Tortoise world, Qin Yu entered seclusion again. This time, he entered the ancient seal of the dragon god and absorbed the massive amount of heaven and earth spirit chi sealed in the sky-devouring cauldron with the help of the dragon soul's tenfold speed. The spiritual state battle ranking would be held in about 20 days. Qin Yu wanted to increase his cultivation strength before participating in the battle ranking. This way, he wouldn't be able to challenge those at a higher level than him on the battle ranking. The atmosphere in the 4 realms of the spiritual state became heated as the spiritual state battle ranking drew closer. The geniuses of the spiritual state battle ranking rubbed their fists and palms together, ready to shine in the spiritual state battle ranking. Of course, apart from the fame, there was another important reason why the spiritual state battle ranking could make all the geniuses of the spiritual state excited. Only the top 20 geniuses of the spiritual state battle ranking were qualified to participate in the heavenly list battle of the 9 state. The 9 states of the heavenly realm were the East Continent, the South Continent, the West Continent, the North Continent, the Central Continent, the Barren Continent, the Spiritual State, the Demon State, and the Godly Land. The East Continent and the South Continent belonged to humans. The West Continent and the North Continent belonged to demons. The Central Continent was where the godly fortune veins of the heavenly realm were located, and it was called the Small Heavenly Realm. The Barren Continent was home to countless ancient beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The spiritual state was connected to the extraterritorial battlefield, and there were masters of all races. The demon state was where the ancient demons used to be, but after the war with the ancient demons, the demon state had basically fallen. In the history of the heavenly realm, all the powerful figures who had ascended to godhood had died in the godly land. There were countless ancient relics and miracles there, so it was called the godly land. In his previous life, Qin Yu had died in the godly land. The heavenly list battle of the 9 states was a battle between geniuses of the younger generation in the 9 states of the heavenly realm. Unlike the spiritual state battle ranking, this battle wasn't just a simple ranking of geniuses. The heavenly list battle of the 9 states was held in the central state. The best of the heavenly list battle ranking would obtain the power of providence of the central state's godly range. Chapter 375. According to ancient records, the divine vein of fortune in the middle state seemed to have the power to change the Tao of fortune. The higher the rank of the genius on the heaven ranking, the more divine vein fortune they would receive. It wasn't just empty talk that more Chilean talents came from the middle state. In the history of the heaven domain, all the geniuses who rose in the heaven ranking battle, as long as they didn't die, they would become the peak experts of the heaven domain. This was also the main reason why Qin Yu wanted to participate in the spiritual state battle ranking. Very few people had seen the divine vein of fortune in the middle state. But Qin Yu was one of them. In his previous life, he had thought that the divine vein of fortune was a dragon vein and wanted to use a secret technique to imprison it. In the end, he ended up seriously injured and his fortune seemed to have been damaged. Since then, he had been unlucky for more than 10 years. But now, the situation was different. Although Qin Yu didn't have the cultivation of his previous life, he had obtained the heaven-seizing fortune technique. With the power of the fortune immortal seal, he might be able to directly plunder the power of the divine vein of fortune. The divine vein of fortune that gathered hundreds of millions of living beings in the 9 provinces of the heaven domain. Even if he could only plunder a little, to Qin Yu, it would definitely benefit him greatly. Rumble. Within the divine dragon ancient seal, Qin Yu formed seals with his hands. The 55 partial dragon veins in his body trembled. The pores all over his body were like bottomless pits as they crazily devoured the torrent-like boundless spiritual energy. The battle dragon true energy in Qin Yu's body rapidly increased. However, this sort of sudden increase was only after Qin Yu had refined it several times. He had been steadily refining it. Time slowly passed. Only after nearly a month had passed in the ancient divine dragon seal space did Qin Yu manage to completely refine all of the spiritual energy that was as vast as the ocean. His cultivation had also increased greatly. From the initial rank 1 martial emperor, he had advanced to the late rank 2 martial emperor. And this was also the reason why Qin Yu had focused on his foundation and didn't blindly increase his cultivation. Otherwise, with the boundless spiritual energy, it was possible for him to directly advance to the rank 3 martial emperor realm. As his cultivation increased, the power of the 9 secrets of the battle dragon and the dragon clan's secret techniques naturally increased. Qin Yu's strength had a small leap and couldn't be underestimated. However, suddenly, Qin Yu, who had a smile on his face, had a slight change in expression. He discovered that there was an indistinct mark in his dantian. That mark didn't have any energy fluctuations. If not for the fact that Qin Yu's battle dragon true essence was incomparably pure, he might not have been able to discover it. Divine power? After sensing it carefully, Qin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. That mark was actually condensed from the divine power that Qin Yu had refined. However, Qin Yu clearly remembered that he had completely refined all of the divine power. There was no reason for there to be divine power residue left in his body. Fluctuations of divine power? Have you switched to the primordial Tao of divine power? At this moment, an extremely surprised voice sounded. The dragon soul had finished refining the dragon chi and ended its seclusion. The dragon soul's cultivation had also advanced to the martial emperor realm. His enormous dragon body grew even more muscular, and the divine patterns of lightning could be faintly seen on his pitch-black dragon scales. After absorbing the purple thunder divine firmament dragon's dragon blood, the dragon soul also obtained some of the dragon's lightning power. Dragon soul, do you have any reaction to this divine imprint? He recalled the disgust he felt when the purple thunder divine firmament dragon and the golden flame heavenly burning dragon appeared. However, the skeleton ghost king didn't react to him, so Qin Yu asked the dragon soul. If the dragon soul also existed, then this ancient divine power would only repel the dragon race. Yes, the aura of that divine power does give me a very uncomfortable feeling. How should I put it? It's as if someone is secretly watching you. It's very eerie. After the dragon soul finished speaking, it was stunned for a moment. You don't have evil spirit divine power, do you? The primordial divine power was formed from the purest power of faith. That was why divine power was only born in the early days of the ancient era. Following the destruction of the ancient times, the martial arts civilization was broken. At the beginning of the ancient era, people did not know martial arts. They believed in their own gods and sought protection. The more devout one's faith was, the stronger their divine power would be. However, as the martial arts multiplied and developed, the mysterious veil of the gods was exposed, and they were no longer unreachable. In an era where everyone practiced martial arts, naturally, no one would believe in the gods anymore. Thus, the primordial divine power disappeared. However, the inheritance of divine power had been passed down, and many factions would secretly tinker with it. However, the power of faith was too little, and the effect was not great. However, this didn't mean that divine power was inferior to true essence. On the contrary, the power of the primordial divine power was above true essence. However, due to the general trend of the world, divine power could only gradually disappear. Normally speaking, divine power was born from a devout heart, so it was pure and sacred. However, there were also some branches in the primordial divine power that established other orthodoxies. The evil spirit god was a famous evil spirit god in the primordial divine power era. The evil spirit god used resentment, hatred, and other evil powers to form evil spirit divine power. To date, evil spirit divine power was one of the most vicious powers. This is not evil spirit divine power. Qin Yu shook his head slightly. He had once killed a sentient evil spirit totem and had seen evil spirit divine power. If this thing was evil spirit divine power, then Qin Yu definitely wouldn't have refined and absorbed it. Dragon capturing hand. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu formed a hand seal with both hands, and a clear dragon roar came from the main dragon vein. Immediately after, a hand formed by dragon qi entered his dantian and restrained the imprint. That imprint seemed to have sensed danger and trembled slightly. Pure divine power rippled out from it. However, in front of the primordial battle dragon ART's secret technique, it didn't last long before it was extracted from his dantian. After a while, Qin Yu opened his right hand and looked down at the indistinct divine power mark in his palm. Qin Yu originally wanted to completely extract this mark from his body. However, for some reason, as long as that mark was extracted from his body, it would automatically dissipate and reappear in his dantian. Qin Yu thought for a while and closed his eyes. Origin soul power appeared in his soul sea and seeped into that divine power mark. Boom! At the moment of contact, a strange divine power was suddenly released. Qin Yu's origin soul power was directly drawn into a vast and boundless divine power world. In front of this divine power world, anyone would feel as small as an ant. Even Qin Yu couldn't help but feel this way. However, Qin Yu had now recovered to the martial emperor realm. This sort of insignificant thought was immediately erased by Qin Yu the moment it appeared in his mind. He was the mighty dragon god sovereign, an existence who had fought in the heaven region in the past and whose name had spread far and wide. How could he feel insignificant in front of mere divine power? Boom! As if sensing the change in Qin Yu's state of mind, a divine power descended, as if heaven and earth were pressing down at this moment. In the void in front of Qin Yu, an illusory figure of a god appeared. The illusory figure of that god couldn't be seen clearly, but it didn't seem to be of the human race. The divine power pressure it emitted was also extremely terrifying. Become my servant, inherit my power, and pass on my divine power, a thought spread out from that illusory figure of the god. Become your servant. Qin Yu was slightly stunned and then laughed. A god illusory figure, whose spirituality had almost completely dissipated, actually dared to say such arrogant words and ask him to be his servant? Chapter 376. If you don't want to, then die. Another thought appeared in the shadow of the deity. At the same time, a vast and terrifying power suddenly bombarded Qin Yu's origin source soul power. Qin Yu's origin source soul power was severely shaken, and his body was severely injured. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. What's going on? The dragon soul was shocked. Its dragon patterns glowed, and it immediately turned into a soul and entered the deity projection. As expected of the ancient era's deity, in the deity projection, Qin Yu, whose soul power was injured, looked at the deity projection with a hint of arrogance. His cultivation had recovered to the martial emperor realm, and his soul power was also in the void space. After devouring those martial emperor's emperor souls, it condensed into an emperor soul again. However, even with this being the case, in that instant earlier, Qin Yu was still unable to withstand the attack from that deity's silhouette. Unfortunately, this is no longer your era. However, Qin Yu was able to sense a trace of unconcealable weakness from that deity's silhouette's attack earlier. The power of the deity projection had been greatly weakened. Deity. After the dragon soul came in and saw the deity projection, it suddenly understood. No wonder Qin Yu was injured. Kill him. Seeing the dragon soul come in, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Without any nonsense, his origin source soul power immediately rushed out. No matter where the deity projection came from, since it had attacked, there was no need to show mercy. Roar. The dragon soul roared. In the battle between the soul bodies, the dragon soul was like a fish in water, and it rushed out with a terrifying dragon aura. You dare to resist my deity projection? Die. An enormous palm appeared on that deity's silhouette. Like a mountain, it was moving toward Qin Yu and the dragon soul to suppress them. Let's see if you can kill me or if I can refine you today. Qin Yu laughed and used a series of destructive Soul Dao secret techniques one after another. The dragon soul's body glowed, and streams of dragon aura condensed into ancient space-time runes. They cooperated with Qin Yu's attacks and bombarded out continuously. Rumble. The giant palm made of divine power was abruptly shattered. The fierce battle between the three caused the place to tremble vigorously. Countless cracks spread across the place. The entire divine power world was on the verge of collapse, as if it could shatter at any moment. He is indeed bluffing. Qin Yu's attacks became even more ferocious, and the god's phantom grew weaker and fainter. Space rend. The dragon's soul swung its tail like a shenron and tore apart the void without any warning. The deity's phantom was cut in half at the waist. It was severely injured and was about to dissipate. Swallow. Qin Yu sensed it in an instant, and his soul power transformed into a giant dragon that directly devoured and refined the god's projection. How is it? After the god-suppressing shadow came out of the godly power world, the god-suppressing shadow came out. When the dragon soul saw Qin Yu suddenly open his eyes, it couldn't help but ask. As expected, he can control divine power. A smile appeared on Qin Yu's face as he moved his right hand. The god's mark that had originally dissipated condensed, and a weak wave of divine power was emitted. Unfortunately, there was too little divine power and it was of little use. By the way, Dragon Soul, was the move you used just now a space superpower? Qin Yu withdrew the god's mark in his palm and asked the Dragon Soul. Although a martial artist's attack was strong enough to tear apart the void, it couldn't control the appearance of the spatial crack. As long as one's perception was sensitive enough, one could avoid the spatial crack in advance before it appeared. However, the Dragon Soul's attack just now had caused the spatial crack to appear without any warning. It was obvious that it had grasped the power of deep space. That's right. The Dragon Soul grinned and turned into its human form. Its right hand pointed in the air, and a spatial crack less than 5 feet long appeared in the void. Although the Dragon Soul's natal superpower was a space-time superpower, it could only be used simply in the past, and it had no deep understanding of it at all. Until now, when its cultivation had advanced to the martial emperor realm, its dragon body had undergone a transformation. The Dragon Soul's understanding of space-time superpower had taken a leap. The Dragon Soul's new superpower was called Space Rend. Within a range of 500 feet, The dragon soul could tear apart space at will. However, it could only tear 10 at most at a time. However, even with these two conditions, the power of this space-splitting divine ability was still extremely terrifying. If the dragon soul's cultivation was stronger, it might even be able to defeat Emperor Realm Masters. After solving the problem of the divine mark, Qin Yu came out of the ancient dragon seal and went to the temple of Heavenly Imperial Palace. The upper echelons of Heavenly Imperial Palace were still busy with the 4 Black Tortoise realms and the other affiliated martial realms. They sent out many Emperor Realm Elders and a large number of martial emperors to investigate the traces of the extraterritorial demon race. The younger generation of Heavenly Imperial Palace was preparing for the Spirit State War ranking. In recent years, the gap in the younger generation of Heavenly Imperial Palace was serious. In the last Spirit State War ranking, only Sun Shiyu from Heavenly Imperial Palace made it to the war ranking. If Sun Shiyu hadn't made it to the top 50 of the war ranking, Heavenly Imperial Palace's reputation as a top force would have been greatly affected. There were countless forces in the 4 regions of the Spirit State, but there were only 7 top forces. In order to judge a top force, in addition to the presence of a top Emperor Realm Master, the younger generation was also an important reference. If there were outstanding talents in the sect, they wouldn't appear like spring bamboo after the rain. Then, even if the sect's strength didn't weaken, it would be overtaken by other forces and lose its former status. If one stayed in the same place and the other kept getting stronger, the gap would naturally widen. Therefore, the stronger the foundation of a force, the more it would pay attention to the cultivation of the younger generation. Shi Jingtian, Shi Han Yuan, and Sun Yuan, who were the new talents that were cultivated after Sun Shiyu. Originally, with the aptitude of the 3 of them, they could be considered extraordinary geniuses. But unfortunately, with Sun Shiyu in front of them, they were completely overshadowed. When outsiders mentioned Heavenly Imperial Palace, they would only think of Sun Shiyu. Of course, Qin Yu was a complete exception. The Southern Region God Dynasty martial meat battle and the trip to the Fiend Demon Sea made him the focus of many great forces in the Southern Region. The outside world's evaluation of Qin Yu was already on par with Sun Shiyu. Shen Feng. As soon as Qin Yu arrived at the Sacred Palace, he met the young martial ancestors of Heavenly Imperial Palace. Other than Sun Shiyu, Shi Jingtian, Shi Han Yuan, and Sun Yuan who Qin Yu had seen before. There were also 4 unfamiliar young men whose cultivation had reached the martial emperor realm. They should be the descendants of the generals. Rank 2 martial emperors. Sun Shiyu, who is greeting Qin Yu, suddenly freezes. She is somewhat stupefied. Didn't they say that Qin Yu had just reached the martial emperor realm? No way. Shi Jingtian was even more incredulous. When they went to the 4 Black Tortoise realm, Qin Yu had indeed just reached the martial emperor realm. It had only been a few days, but he had broken through another level. Since when was the martial emperor realm so easy to cultivate? You're here for the spiritual state battle ranking? Qin Yu glanced at them. Their cultivation was at the rank 4 martial emperor realm. They should be the top talents of the younger generation of Heavenly Imperial Palace. Coming together at this time should be related to the spiritual state battle ranking. That's right. Sun Shiyu came back to her senses and nodded. Good, let's go together. Qin Yu said. Chapter 377. Together. You also want to participate in the spiritual state tournament. Sun Shiyu was stunned again. Shi Jingtian and the others were even more surprised. Even if Qin Yu's cultivation had broken through again, he was only a grade 2 martial emperor. With such cultivation, he wanted to participate in the spiritual state tournament. Wasn't that just looking for a beating? Although the spiritual state tournament only allowed those of the younger generation who had reached the martial emperor realm to participate. One had to know that all the geniuses who had participated in the spiritual state tournament were all grade 4 martial emperors. Even a monstrous genius like Sun Shiyu had to wait until she reached grade 4 martial emperor to participate in the spiritual state tournament. Qin Yu was only a grade 2 martial emperor, but he wanted to participate. Just how much confidence did he have in his own strength? Qin Yu nodded slightly. He did not say anything about the astonishment of Sun Shiyu and the others. Shortly after, The group entered the sacred palace together. Inside the sacred palace, there were 5 figures. Palace Master Shi Tiangang, Emperor-grade artifact refiner Sun Yunlang, and 3 others. Qin Yu had never seen them before, but they were not ordinary Emperor Realm Masters. Their auras were as vast as the sea. Grade 2 Martial Emperor Realm? Seeing Qin Yu, Sun Shiyu, and the others enter together, Shi Tiangang and the others' expressions changed slightly. They could also see that Qin Yu's cultivation had broken through again. Sun Yunlang and the others exchanged glances. It seemed that the rumors outside were true. The Emperor's inheritance in the void space was indeed obtained by Qin Yu. However, they didn't reveal anything. If Qin Yu could obtain it, it was Qin Yu's opportunity. Naturally, they would not be jealous or greedy. Shenfeng, why are you here? Shi Tiangang asked. Palace Master, I want to participate in the spiritual state tournament. Qin Yu said directly. Spiritual state tournament? Shi Tiangang was slightly stunned. Sun Yunlang and the others did not expect Qin Yu to make such a request. Shenfeng, you are talented, but your cultivation strength is not high enough. Don't worry. The next spiritual state battle ranking list will be your time to shine. Shi Tiangang revealed a smile on his face. He wasn't just saying this out of politeness. They had all witnessed Qin Yu's cultivation speed. His aptitude was not inferior to Sun Shiyu's. With Sun Shiyu and Qin Yu, Imperial Palace of the Heavenly Emperor would be able to sweep the spiritual state battle rankings in the next competition. Just like the 10,000 martial sect, Ancient Cold Island, and their sworn enemy, the sacrificial evil god dynasty. I'm confident that I can win this battle. Palace Master, please agree. Qin Yu said again. This brat is quite arrogant. To be able to kill those brats from the sacrificial evil god dynasty, he must have some tricks up his sleeves. In the void space, he had such combat strength because of the power of Daoist spells. However, the spiritual state battle ranking list can't rely on external forces. Sun Yunlang and the others secretly communicated with each other. If so, you can come with us. But remember, don't force yourself. In the past competitions of the spiritual state battle ranking list, there have been many cases of serious injuries and even deaths. Seeing Qin Yu's serious expression, Shi Tiangang, Sun Yunlang, and the others agreed after a discussion. It was good to let Qin Yu challenge the battle ranking list. After all, he would stand on that stage sooner or later. Thank you, Palace Master. Qin Yu smiled. I asked you to come because the spiritual state battle ranking list will begin in 12 days. This is the information about the potential talents of each force. Go back and study it carefully. As Shi Tiangang spoke, many crystals flew to Qin Yu, Sun Shiyu, and the others. This was the information collected by Imperial Palace of the Heavenly Emperor. Of course, there would be more people participating in the spiritual state battle ranking list. After all, there could be hidden geniuses in all the major forces. But relatively speaking, those people would have more chances to fight, and they were also powerful. Knowing their information would give him a certain advantage against Sun Shiyu and the others in battle. In the last spiritual state battle ranking list, only Shiyu made it to the battlefield. This year, I hope that 5 of you can make it to the battle ranking list. Shi Tiangang looked at Shi Jingtian and the others solemnly. Sun Shiyu was definitely famous in the spiritual state battle ranking list. He just wanted to see if she could make it to the top 20 and get a place on the heaven ranking list of the 9 states. The most important thing was Shi Jingtian and the others. Yes, Shi Jingtian and the others felt the pressure. Although they hadn't participated in the spiritual state battle ranking list, they had seen it before. All the young talents of the spiritual state gathered, and it wasn't easy to stand out. Go back and prepare. Hearing Shi Jingtian's words, Qin Yu, Sun Shiyu, and the others all left the palace. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the spiritual state battle ranking list would begin in 2 days. Shi Tiangang led more than 100 young talents of the Heavenly Imperial Palace out of the Heavenly Imperial Palace by teleportation. The spiritual state battle ranking list would be held in Skychi City, which was located at the intersection of the 4 regions of the spiritual state. Skychi City was an ancient city from the prehistoric times, and it was filled with extremely terrifying barriers and restrictions all year round. It would only be opened during the Spiritual State Battle Ranking List. In other words, the Spiritual State Battle Ranking List would only be held when Sky-Chi City opened. This rule had been passed down since the prehistoric times. Countless warriors would study the barriers and restrictions in Sky-Chi City every year, but they didn't find anything. According to the time, it should be open soon. At this moment, countless warriors had gathered outside Sky-Chi City, which was thousands of kilometers away. Only those top powers would know when Sky-Chilean City's enchantment would disappear. Ordinary warriors could only estimate the time based on the time of the last Spiritual State Battle Ranking List. Rumble. Suddenly, countless claps of thunder appeared in the sky. It was as if ancient war drums were being beaten. Soon after, a terrifying ancient murderous aura descended with a loud bang. However, the sky above Sky-Chi City was still clear without any abnormalities. It was as if the thunderous sounds and murderous aura had descended directly from the prehistoric times. Countless cultivators trembled, and those whose Tao hearts were unstable even showed signs of their cultivation regressing. The barrier is going to disappear. Some warriors exclaimed excitedly. Crack, crack. Sure enough, the thunderous sounds gradually faded away, and the murderous aura quietly dispersed. The 12 city gates of Sky-Chi City slowly opened, and an aura that had been sealed for countless years swept out from Sky-Chi City. However, the cultivators gathered outside the city entered the ancient city in an orderly manner. There was not the slightest bit of disturbance. Although the barrier had disappeared, the restrictions in the city still lingered in the air. There were only 10 battle arenas in the city where one could fight. If one fought in other places in the city, they would be directly killed by the restrictions in the city. In this place, even sovereigns had to restrain their arrogance. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening beast roar appeared in the distant sky. The warriors in the city looked over and saw a golden carriage pulled by 5 huge black tigers that were dozens of feet long. They had a mighty aura. Ancient mutated beasts, heavenly fighting demonic tigers. The sage divine dynasty is here. Seeing the 5 huge black tigers, the warriors in the city immediately recognized them. These 5 heavenly fighting demonic tigers were pure ancient mutated beasts. When they grew up, they could rival sovereigns. To be able to use 5 such mutated beasts to pull a carriage, the Shungxie divine dynasty's foundation was undoubtedly revealed. Chapter 378. However, the chariot of the Saint Divine Dynasty stopped a few hundred feet away from Sky-Chi City. A group of people with extraordinary auras came out of the golden chariot and walked into Sky-Chi City. The sage great emperor actually came in person. The crown prince, Zhu Yuanwu, and the second princess, Zhu Zhenian, have become more and more unfathomable. In the last leaderboard battle, Zhu Wuyuan was named one of the 4 great saints and was ranked in the top 50. The second princess, Zhu Zhenian, was ranked 31st. I wonder how many people from the Saint Divine Dynasty will make it to the leaderboard this time. Can Zhu Wuyuan and Zhu Zhenian make it to the top 20? Although many of the top 20 in the last leaderboard will not participate in the spiritual state leaderboard battle because of their age, I think it will be difficult for Zhu Wuyuan and Zhu Zhenian to make it to the top 20. The martial artists in the city saw the arrival of the people from the Saint Divine Dynasty and started to discuss. The Tianyang sacred ground is here. The saint, Tang Mingxin, ranked 47th in the last leaderboard. He was born with a fire divine body and is one of the 4 great saint. Jin Wushuang, ranked 25th in the last leaderboard, is a popular genius who will fight for the top 20 this time. Jin Wushuang is already 28 this year. If he can't make it to the top 20 this year, I'm afraid he won't have the chance to participate in the 9 states leaderboard and fight with the top geniuses of the 9 states. Is that why Tang Mingxin, who is only 24 years old, was named the saint? Tang Mingxin was born with a fire divine body and is so young. His future achievements will be above Jin Wushuang. A 3-legged golden crow covered in purple and gold flames flew over. It was the Tianyang sacred ground. Whoosh! Behind the Tianyang sacred ground, a starlight flashed across the sky. In the next moment, a group of people appeared in Sky-Chi City as if they had teleported. Emperor Tian Xiao, Heavenly Imperial Palace. The great saint, Sun Shiyu, ranked in the top 50 in the last leaderboard. She is known as the top genius of the northern region. Heavenly Imperial Palace failed in the last leaderboard. Only Sun Shiyu made it to the leaderboard. As one of the 7 top forces, they should show their strength this time. Hey, isn't that Shen Feng, who was the talk of the Heavenly Imperial Palace a while ago? Rumor has it that in the Void Dimension, he inherited the sovereign's Tao and killed a group of geniuses from the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Shen Feng is a nobody. However, judging from the martial gathering in the southern region Divine Dynasty and the empty space, I'm afraid he's a genius secretly cultivated by the Heavenly Emperor Palace. It's said that his talent is not below that of Sun Shiyu. I wonder if it's true. If it's true, then Shen Feng probably has the emperor physique like Sun Shiyu. Shi Tiangang led Qin Yu, Sun Shiyu, and the others into the ancient city, ignoring the heated discussions around them. Another power is here. It's the sacrificial evil god court. Crown Prince Kong Bitao is ranked 25 on the battle ranking. After killing the direct descendant of the evil sovereign, he should be able to make it into the top 10 after 3 years. Zheng Qingtian killed the last disciple of the evil sovereign and was conferred the title of God's son. He was ranked 18th in the last battle ranking. This time, he should have no problem getting into the top 10. Following closely behind the Heavenly Imperial Palace was the sacrificial evil god court. A cold and evil aura swept across the city. Only when the sacrificial evil god court was far away did the martial artists in the city dare to talk about it. After entering Skychi City, the people of the Heavenly Imperial Palace and the sacrificial evil god court looked at each other with hostility. The conflict between the Heavenly Imperial Palace and the sacrificial evil god court was getting more and more intense. If it wasn't for Skychi City, a war would have broken out. Whoosh! A ray of green light pierced through the sky, and a unicorn surrounded by green divine light appeared. The Shenyuan family is here. Young Master Shenyuan Wentian, one of the 4 great saints. He was ranked 40 in the last battle ranking and is known as the most talented of the 4 great saint. Shenyuan Chixing, ranked 21st in the last battle ranking. Like Zheng Qingtian and Jin Wushuang, he won't be able to participate in the spiritual state battle ranking after this. One of the top 7 powers, the Shenyuan family. Ancient Frost Island is here too. Young Master Guhan Mo, ranked 26th in the last battle ranking. He should be able to make it into the top 20 this time. Qi Huanmei, ranked 27th in the last battle ranking. She's also one of the favorites to make it into the top 20. Ancient Frost Island also appeared after the Shenyuan family. Boom! At this moment, an incomparably vast and mighty fighting intent descended. Even the many top factions in the city turned to look in succession. 10,000 martial sect. Among the top 7 forces, they are the most powerful force among the younger generation. Young Master Wn Wuya, the descendant of the ancient godly king. Rumor has it that he has the strongest bloodline of the ancient godly king. He was ranked 8th in the last battle ranking and made it into the 9 states heaven ranking. How terrifying. Wu Wudi, the descendant of the ancient godly king, ranked 11th in the last battle ranking. Unfortunately, he didn't make it into the 9 states heaven ranking. But now that 3 years have passed, he will definitely make it into the 9 states heaven ranking. More importantly, these 2 can participate in the next battle ranking. Their talents are heaven-defying. Exclamations sounded. The arrival of the 10,000 martial sect made the other top forces feel pressured. There was no doubt that Wn Wuya and Wu Wudi were the most likely to win the spiritual state battle ranking this time. Not to mention Sun Shiyu, Ju Wuyuan, and the other rising geniuses. Even the veteran geniuses, such as Zheng Qingtian, Jin Wushuang, Shenyuan Chixing, and the others, looked a little serious when they saw Wn Wuya and Wu Wudi. After the top 7 forces, the top 10 super forces also arrived. The strength of the younger generation wasn't determined by the forces they belonged to. For example, Yi Tianyu of the Heavenly Spirit God Court, Chen Yuming of the Immeasurable God Court, Xiao Zhenlong of the Saint Origin Sect, and so on. The strength of these geniuses couldn't be underestimated. Many of them had the potential to make it into the top 20 of the battle ranking. In Skychi City, Shi Tiangang brought Qin Yu, Sun Shiyu, and the others to a palace to stay in. The palaces in the city were ownerless and could be occupied by any force. After settling down in the palace and making arrangements for Qin Yu and the others, Shi Tiangang left. Before the spiritual state battle ranking began, there were many matters that needed to be discussed by the top forces. As soon as Shi Tiangang left, Qin Yu came to the palace and carefully observed the buildings in the city. The moment he entered the city, the celestial creation seal in Qin Yu's soul shook continuously. This surprised Qin Yu and he didn't understand the reason. Is there something wrong? The dragon soul in the ancient seal of the dragon god asked. The celestial creation seal's reaction is a little strange. Qin Yu couldn't explain what was going on. Ever since the celestial creation seal was formed, it wouldn't have any reaction unless it was plundering the power of providence. But now, why was there such a strong fluctuation in Skychi City? Qin Yu had also come to Skychi City to take a look out of curiosity in his previous life, but he didn't find anything unusual. As for the restrictions and barriers in the city, they should have been left behind by some ancient almighty. Just as Qin Yu was carefully sensing, his expression suddenly changed, and he tilted his head to look. A figure just happened to walk past the main street, walking towards the palace opposite them. That's a sword scar? Qin Yu was slightly startled. He hadn't seen the sword scar since the 100 martial realm. He didn't expect the sword scar to come to the spiritual state, and his cultivation was already at the high-level martial ancestor realm. Compared to when he was in the 100 martial realm, there was a complete change. However, it wasn't strange that the sword scar's cultivation had undergone such a transformation after receiving the inheritance of the sky-burying sword immortal. Chapter 379. While Qin Yu was sizing up Sword Scar also sensed it and tilted his head to look at Qin Yu. However, Sword Scar did not see through Qin Yu's disguise. After a glance, he withdrew his gaze. Not long after, a figure walked out of the palace. A strange look flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. The figure who came out was Yi Shaoning, who had fought with him before. But to Qin Yu's surprise, Yi Shaoning seemed to be a completely different person compared to the one he had seen at the martial assembly. His expression became cold, and his eyes were as sharp as a sword. He could not hide his sharpness. When Sword Scar saw Yi Shaoning, he was extremely excited and bowed respectfully. Yi Shaoning did not say anything and directly led Sword Scar into the palace. Could it be, no way? Seeing that scene, a thought flashed through both Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul's minds. Sword Scar had obtained the inheritance of buried Sky Sword Fairy. Yi Shaoning was a reincarnator, and there was a terrifying sword intent in his body. But now, Sword Scar's attitude toward Yi Shaoning was so respectful. This made Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul think of a possibility. Could it be that Yi Shaoning was the reincarnation of the buried Heaven Sword Immortal? After this thought appeared, it filled Qin Yu's mind and could not be dismissed. If Yi Shaoning was just an ordinary prince of the Sage Divine Dynasty, how could he be so respectful? That attitude was like facing an elder. It was definitely not as simple as just following Yi Shaoning. If Yi Shaoning was really buried Sky Sword Fairy, then, Master, Qin Yu was a little excited. His master had entered the immortal-seeking ancient road with buried Sky Sword Fairy, so he must know about his master. Whether he is buried Sky Sword Fairy or not, I don't think it's the right time to look for him. In contrast, the Dragon Soul was much calmer. No matter how good the relationship between buried Sky Sword Fairy and Qin Yu's master was. However, there was no friendship between the burying Heaven Sword Immortal and Qin Yu. Qin Yu rashly went to look for Heaven Burying Sword Immortal. Then, Qin Yu's identity would be exposed. Don't worry. I know what to do. Although Qin Yu was quite excited, he did not lose his cool. With Yi Shaoning's current cultivation in the Martial Emperor realm, even Sky Barrier Sword Deity would find it difficult to recover his peak cultivation in a short period of time. In fact, Qin Yu might even be able to recover his cultivation faster than him. Qin Yu naturally wouldn't act rashly now. Wait, Yi Shaoning has also reached the Martial Emperor realm? Qin Yu was stunned, then his eyes lit up. Yi Shaoning's temperament had changed greatly. There was an 80 to 90% chance that he had awakened the memories of his previous life. It wasn't a coincidence that he was here, he must be here for the spiritual state battle ranking list. In this way, Qin Yu could determine whether his reincarnated identity was the Sky Barrier Sword Celestial or not by watching the battle. With the matter of Yi Shaoning and the abnormality of the Creation Immortal Seal, Qin Yu temporarily put it aside. 2 days passed quickly. Countless warriors of the spiritual state would gather for the spiritual state battle ranking list. Even the forces of the other 8 states would send people to watch it. The geniuses who could make a name for themselves in the spiritual state battle ranking list would have a great reputation in the 9 states of the heaven realm. Rumble. When the 3rd day arrived. In the center of Sky Chi City, more than 10 ancient battle arenas automatically condensed in the void, emitting an ancient aura. The warriors in the city all sensed it and gathered toward the center of Sky Chi City. The first to arrive were naturally the top forces of the spiritual state. The area outside the 10 battle arenas was divided into 2 areas. One was for the warriors to watch, and the other was for the candidates of the participating forces. When the torrent-like warriors in the city gathered in the center of the city, those big forces had already appeared in the participating area. Immediately after, the Emperor Realm referees stepped out. There were 11 of them. One of them was the chief referee, and the other 10 were distributed among the 10 battle arenas. The referees of the spiritual state battle ranking list were not from the participating forces. This was the only way to ensure the fairness of the referees. The spiritual state battle ranking list is held every 3 years. I think everyone is familiar with the rules, but this old man will repeat them. Among the 11 Emperor Realm referees, an old man with white hair and a white beard stepped out. His eyes were full of vigor. This white-haired old man was called the Blue Thunder Emperor, and he was a rogue cultivator. The Blue Thunder Emperor was famous in the extraterritorial battlefield, and he had killed countless emperors from the extraterritorial battlefield. Therefore, his reputation in the spiritual state was comparable to that of the leaders of the top forces. As long as the Blue Thunder Emperor was present, he would be invited to be the referee of the spiritual state battle ranking list. The spiritual state battle ranking list was divided into 2 parts. The first part was the elimination round. All the participating geniuses would be assigned to 10 battle arenas. The top 100 of the spiritual state battle ranking list would be selected in the elimination round. In other words, no matter how many people there were in each battle arena, only 10 people could stay. The conditions for staying were determined by the number of victories. The second part was the ranking battle. In this battle, the ranking was also determined by the number of victories. The higher the ranking of the geniuses, the more victories they would have. No one was allowed to take any spirit pills during the competition. The purpose was to prevent people from taking forbidden pills to suddenly increase their cultivation. In addition, warriors were not allowed to use any spirit treasures except for spirit artifacts. For example, Dao arts, spirit talismans, and lethal ancient treasures made by emperors were forbidden. Once found, the referee had the right to suppress them. If someone's life was in danger during the battle, the referee could help. However, once the referee intervened, it was the same as losing the battle. Now, those who have decided to participate in the battle ranking list, come forward to test your bone age and cultivation. After announcing the rules, the Blue Thunder Emperor waved his sleeve. A 3-meter-long crystal tablet appeared and floated in mid-air. There were numerous ancient divine patterns circling around it, and it was extremely mysterious. Hearing the Blue Thunder Emperor's words, all the participating geniuses leaped out and stood under the crystal spiritual stele. There were more than 2,000 people, which meant that almost all the talents in the spiritual state had gathered here. "Heh!" The surrounding martial artists all exclaimed in bewilderment. "Isn't that Shun Feng from the Heavenly Imperial Palace? He also jumped out. Does that mean he also wants to participate in the battle ranking list? No way. Isn't his cultivation only at the Nirvana second rotation of the martial ancestor realm?" Waves of heated discussion spread among the onlooking martial artists. Among them, there were even more martial artists who had seen Qin Yu in the southern region. Even many of those participating in the battle rankings were looking at Qin Yu with astonishment in their eyes. Could Qin Yu's cultivation have reached the martial emperor realm? Their guess was soon confirmed. The crystal tablet quickly grew to a size of 1,000 feet, and a white light scattered around it. All the geniuses turned into phantoms and floated in the crystal stele. In the phantoms, their bone age and cultivation were clearly revealed. Those whose bone age exceeded the bone age and whose cultivation were not high enough could be seen at a glance. No way, there's actually a purple divine light. Has there ever been such a monster in the history of the spiritual state? However, when the crystal spiritual stele detected the bone age and cultivation of all the geniuses, incredulous exclamations resounded throughout the entire Sky Chi city. Whether it was the countless onlookers or the masters of the major forces, everyone's gazes were filled with shock as they gathered on a figure. That phantoms was Qin Yu's phantoms. Chapter 380. On the crystal stele, Qin Yu's illusory figure was surrounded by a circle of dazzling purple godly light. Aside from Qin Yu's illusory figure, the other young geniuses also had godly lights flickering, but the lights were different. If one looked carefully, they would notice. The godly lights were divided into white, red, cyan, blue, and purple. The white godly light was the dimmest, and the purple godly light was the most intense. However, among the 2,000 young geniuses of the martial emperor realm, only Qin Yu's godly light was dazzling purple. It was like a crane among chickens. In the history of the spiritual state battle ranking, there has never been a purple godly light, right? That's right. This is the strongest godly light in the history of the spiritual state. The blue godly light can surpass 3 levels. The purple godly light can surpass 4 levels. Shun Feng has the battle prowess of a rank 6 martial emperor. What kind of monster did the heavenly imperial palace produce in this generation? Incomparably shocked voices rang out from the crowd of onlookers. The 5-colored godly light could detect a cultivator's potential battle prowess. The stronger the 5-colored godly light, the stronger the potential battle prowess of the cultivator. However, the purple godly light had always been a legend. It had never appeared before. Who would have thought that they would see it on a rank 2 martial emperor today? Purple godly light. Even the master of the heavenly imperial palace, Shi Tiangang, was dumbfounded. At this moment, Shi Tiangang finally understood why Qin Yu was so confident to participate in the spiritual state battle ranking. However, how could Qin Yu have such terrifying potential battle prowess? He was not just on par with Sun Shiyu, he was far more powerful than Sun Shiyu. Purple godly light. Interesting. The young master of the 10,000 martial sect, the muscular Wn Wuya, looked at Qin Yu with great interest. Even when he participated in the spiritual state battle ranking for the first time, the godly light that appeared was not as terrifying as this. Of course, the stronger the 5-colored godly light, the higher the potential battle prowess. However, this was only relative. When Wn Tianya participated in the spiritual state battle ranking for the first time, he was only a rank 3 martial emperor, but his blue godly light had the battle prowess of a rank 6 martial emperor. But now, his divine light was only red in color. This naturally didn't mean that his strength had regressed. This was because in the martial emperor realm, the higher one's cultivation was, the more difficult it would be to challenge someone of a higher rank. On the contrary, there were still red divine lights appearing in Wn Tianya. This meant that he still had the battle prowess to fight enemies above his level. His aptitude was terrifying. Killing geniuses is only interesting. Kong Bitao, the crown prince of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, glared at Qin Yu like a venomous snake. No matter how strong Qin Yu's talent was, he was still only a rank 2 martial emperor. When he encountered him on the battle roll, he had plenty of secret techniques that could deal with Qin Yu silently. Even if there was an emperor realm master present, they wouldn't be able to detect it. Since the sacrificial evil god court and the Sky Emperor Palace had fallen out, he did not need to worry about anything. Wen Tian, this man will most probably be your greatest opponent in the future. Shenyuan family's Shenyuan Chixing said to Shenyuan Wen Tian. I will take first place in the next spiritual state battle ranking list. No one can stop me. Shenyuan Wen Tian, one of the four great saints, said indifferently. Although he had seen Qin Yu's potential, he was still full of confidence. No wonder he could suppress Yi Shaoning, who has the battle prowess of a martial emperor, during the Divine Dynasty martial gathering. With his potential, no one in the younger generation of the spiritual state will be able to compete with him in the future. Under numerous shocked gazes, the various large forces and countless spectating cultivators all had different expressions on their faces. Such a peerless genius, aside from being envious and amazed, naturally caused countless people to have thoughts about him. After the Bone Age and cultivation were checked, the divine light surrounding the phantom on the crystal tablet dissipated, and then numbers appeared behind the phantom. After the light flashed, all the numbers were neatly arranged into 10 groups, corresponding to the 10 arenas. I'm on arena number 10. I'm on arena number 6. Damn, arena number 7 has WN Wuya, Jin Wushuang, Zheng Qingtian, Kong Bitao. Arena number 4 is also the group of death. Shenyuan Chixing of the Shenyuan family, Qi Huanmei of the ancient Cold Island, Wu Wudi of the 10,000 martial sect, Zhu Zhenian of the Sage Divine Dynasty. They're not waiting for the ranking competition. They're letting the geniuses of the last battle ranking list fight each other. It's only the elimination competition now. Even if they meet each other, they'll probably reserve their strength until the ranking competition. Indeed. After all, with the strength of the older generation, it's easy for them to enter the elimination competition. The groups that appeared on the Water Spirit Stone tablet. The more than 2,000 geniuses immediately rushed to the waiting area of their respective arenas. Sun Shiyu was on arena number 3, Qin Yu was on arena number 1, and Shi Jingtian was on arena number 5. The three of them didn't meet each other, and there weren't any older geniuses on their arenas. However, Sun Yuanhu, Shi Huanyuan, and the descendants of the four generals weren't so lucky. 2 of them were on arena number 4, and the others were on arena number 7. It was difficult to advance. Arena number 4. Before going to the arenas, Qin Yu paid special attention to Yi Shaoning's arena. Yi Shaoning was assigned to arena number 4 of the 2 groups of death. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Even if Yi Shaoning was a reincarnator, he would have to use his full strength to fight against 4 older geniuses. More than 260 geniuses arrived at the arena number 1's waiting area. Although there weren't any older geniuses who could fight for the top 10 in arena number 1. However, there were more than 10 geniuses who were on the battle ranking list. After all the geniuses stepped into their respective waiting areas, the crystal tablet floated in front of the blue lightning the arch, the head judge. The numbers on it disappeared, and 10 arenas appeared. In the next moment, 2 number plates appeared on each of the 10 battle arenas. Those were the contestants' numbers drawn from the crystal tablet. Whether it was the arenas that the warriors were assigned to or the numbers drawn, the crystal tablet was automatically drawn by the crystal tablet. The crystal spirit stele had automatically selected the spirit stones, and there was no artificial arrangement. In this way, luck accounted for a certain proportion. Just like the number 7 and number 4 battle arena, there were already 4 fewer people who could advance to the next round before the battle even started. More importantly, other than the 4 older geniuses, there were several other geniuses on the battle ranking list. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the group of death for the other geniuses. One had to know that the rules of advancement were that the list was determined by the number of victories. However, the rule of elimination was that one would have a chance of being eliminated after accumulating 10 defeats. Therefore, if they wanted to advance in these 2 arenas, after avoiding the older geniuses, they had to give their all in every battle. Begin. On the 10 battle arenas, the geniuses whose numbers were drawn immediately jumped onto their respective battle arenas. An intense battle immediately began. The violent power of the Great Tao raged on the arenas. However, the Great Tao of heaven and earth only affected the arenas. It didn't spread out at all. Chapter 381. The 2 contestants on the first battle stage were both from the Saint Origin sect and the Arhat Palace. Furthermore, the 2 of them were both new heavenly geniuses. Their cultivations were both rank 4 martial emperors. But in the fierce battle, after exchanging over 10 moves, the victor was decided. The Saint Origin sect's genius was defeated by the Arhat Palace's genius with a single punch. Although their cultivation was the same, it was clear who was stronger. The second battle, after the first battle, the next battle followed. The two contestants who had just fought quickly recovered from their injuries and cultivation. Although they would not be selected again before the end of the next round of battle. In order to fight in the second round of battle, they had to recover to their peak condition. Although it was a battle between martial emperors, the difference in strength was too great. The battles started and ended quickly. One after another, the geniuses were defeated and became famous. The seventh battle, Shen Feng vs. Zhuge Qing. At this moment, the judge on the first battle stage looked at the crystal tablet and continued to announce the battles. Shen Feng. He is finally going to fight. I wonder if he is worthy of the title of having the greatest potential in history. Although this was another battle between new geniuses, Qin Yu was going to fight. Countless onlookers, including the emperor masters from the top forces, turned to look at them. They all wanted to know if Qin Yu was a rank 2 martial emperor. Was he as strong as the crystal tablet had said? Did he have the potential to surpass one's cultivation? After leaping onto the battle stage, Qin Yu appeared in a vast space. The 10 battle stages were all empty spaces. After all, a battle between martial emperors might not be able to destroy heaven and earth, but it was still possible to overturn rivers and seas. Without enough space, it was impossible to fight. Zhuge family, Zhuge Qing. Please enlighten me. Qin Yu's opponent was a handsome young man who looked less than 20 years old. However, his cultivation had already reached rank 4 martial emperor. He was also a talented genius. Heavenly Imperial Palace, Shen Feng. Qin Yu clasped his fist. Boom. After introducing himself, Zhuge Qing suddenly burst out, and a group of people rushed out. A terrifying shockwave was born, and the void was faintly torn apart. Zhuge clan's unique skill, God-shattering fists. Qin Yu was not afraid at all. He rushed forward and pointed a finger. A fingerprint of divine light pierced through the air and bloomed with dazzling divine light. The terrifying shockwave was sealed in the void. Seeing this, Zhuge Qing was about to retreat. 4 godly glyphs appeared in the godly light fingerprint and appeared around him like lightning. Zhuge Qing's expression changed drastically as his body froze in the void. The sealing divine light could seal a person's soul at the very least, and it could seal heaven and earth at the very most. Qin Yu was still unable to seal the heavens and earth. However, sealing a person's soul was not a difficult task. Shen Feng wins. Seeing that Zhuge Qing was unable to break free from the seal, the Emperor Realm referee immediately declared Qin Yu the winner. Suppressing a rank 4 martial emperor with a single strike, this caused countless spectators to be astonished. Qin Yu's ability to fight enemies of a higher realm was within their expectations. However, with a single strike, he defeated a rank 4 martial emperor 2 levels above him. This was shocking. That was one of the 3 divine abilities of the Emperor Palace, the sealing divine ability, right? The Zhuge clan's brat actually had his soul sealed. That divine ability cannot be underestimated. However, if Zhuge Qing's reaction was faster, he should be able to dodge that sealing divine light, right? It's hard to say. Looking at Shen Feng's appearance, he should not have used his full strength. Countless spectators discussed animatedly. They were quite curious about the sealing divine light that Qin Yu used. Didn't they say that the sealing divine light had already disappeared in the Emperor Palace? How did he do it? Could that brat be a descendant of the ancient godly emperor? No wonder he has such heaven-defying talent. Compared to the spectators, the top forces of the spiritual state, especially the sacrificial evil god dynasty and other forces that were hostile to the Emperor Palace, they had a better understanding of the Emperor Palace. The reason why the Emperor Palace could be ranked as one of the top forces of the spiritual state was because of the divine abilities passed down by the 3 ancient godly emperors. They originally thought that the divine abilities of the ancient godly emperors had already disappeared. After all, the Emperor Palace had not been used by anyone for countless years. Who would have thought that Qin Yu, who suddenly rose to prominence, would actually inherit it? Although Qin Yu's victory had attracted a lot of attention. However, as the following battles continued, the spectators' attention was soon diverted. Over 2,000 top geniuses of the spiritual state were fighting on the 10 stages. That level of brilliance had opened the eyes of countless spectators and caused them to cry out in surprise. Sun Shiyu is fighting on stage number 3. Her opponent is Jiang Mingyue of the Heavenly Dragon Island, who ranked 32nd in the last battle ranking. Jiang Mingyue is a rank 6 martial emperor. Sun Shiyu's cultivation seems to be concealed, and it's hard to sense. However, there shouldn't be much of a difference. I wonder, no way? Jiang Mingyue only lasted 3 moves before being defeated. On stage number 3, Sun Shiyu directly crushed a rank 6 martial emperor from the Heavenly Dragon Island. Jiang Mingyue's ranking in the last battle ranking was far higher than Sun Shiyu's. However, this time, she was defeated by Sun Shiyu in just 3 moves. As expected of one of the spiritual state's 4 saints, Sun Shiyu's rapid growth was shocking. Stage number 6, Shenyuan Wentian has been selected to fight against Luo Bida of the Arhat Palace. It seems that there is no suspense in this battle. Indeed, Shenyuan Wentian was ranked 40 last time and Luo Bida was ranked 97th. The situation was as expected. Shenyuan Wentian did not even use a spirit artifact and easily won. Although Shenyuan Wentian's cultivation was concealed like Sun Shiyu's, Shenyuan Wentian's cultivation was not inferior to Sun Shiyu's. However, it could be seen that Shenyuan Wentian's strength was not below Sun Shiyu's. As for whether he was stronger, it was hard to say. Stage number 2, Tang Mingxin's Golden Crow Divine Flame is too strong. It can be used both offensively and defensively. Stage number 8, Zhu Wuyuan defeated the top 50 geniuses of the last battle ranking in 5 move. Heavenly Spirit God Dynasty, Crown Prince Yi Tianyu. Zhuge Family, Young Patriarch Zhuge Chengfeng, Great Spirit Palace, Lingzi Yun Qingxia, Evil God Dynasty's 12th Prince, Kong Mingwu, Origin Extreme Sacred Ground, Saintess Yun Qingxia, Immeasurable God Dynasty, Crown Prince Chen Yuming. One by one, the famous geniuses won the battles. These were all the new geniuses of the last battle ranking. They had officially risen in this battle ranking, and when it came to the next battle ranking, it would basically be their world. Yi Shaoning. While waiting for the numbers to be selected, Qin Yu's expression changed and his gaze fell on stage number 4. Yi Shaoning had entered the stage. His opponent was a new genius with the cultivation of a rank 4 martial emperor. Among the 2,000 geniuses, the 2 with the weakest cultivation were Qin Yu and Yi Shaoning. One of them was a rank 2 martial emperor and the other was a rank 1 martial emperor. In terms of cultivation, they were completely at the bottom. However, in terms of potential, Qin Yu's Purple Divine Light was number 1 and Yi Shaoning could also be ranked in the top 10. His potential was a Blue Divine Light. However, Qin Yu's light was too dazzling. Almost everyone's attention was on Qin Yu. Only Qin Yu and a few people from the Heavenly Spirit God Dynasty noticed Yi Shaoning. Chapter 382. A rank 1 martial emperor dares to participate in the spiritual state battle ranking? You can be said to be the first person in history to do so. The rank 4 martial emperor looked at Yi Shaoning with a smile on his face. To be able to encounter a rank 1 martial emperor on the 4th stage of the death group was equivalent to picking up a point for free. Yi Shaoning's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stood there with a rusty iron sword in his hand. His expression was cold without the slightest fluctuation. Begin. The instant the referee spoke, Yi Shaoning suddenly moved. He was as fast as a ghost as he teleported several hundred meters and charged toward the rank 4 martial emperor. So fast. The rank 4 martial emperor was shocked. The boundless great Tao of heaven and earth exploded from his body and immediately engulfed Yi Shaoning. What a powerful sword Tao! Seeing this, the Emperor Realm referee was surprised. Sure enough, in the next instant, a resplendent sword chi tore through the void. The great Tao of heaven and earth erupted from the rank 4 martial emperor and easily tore it apart like a piece of cloth. Not only that, the rank 4 martial emperor who originally thought that victory was in his grasp was unable to react in time and his protective barrier was shattered by the sword chi, causing him to be seriously injured and eliminated. A rank 1 martial emperor defeated a rank 4 martial emperor with a single strike. Damn. Where did that brat come from? He actually has such heaven-defying battle strength. Yi Xiaoning, the prince of the heavenly spirit god dynasty. He used to have some fame in the southern territory, but that was all. I didn't expect him to be so powerful after reaching the martial emperor realm. He defeated a rank 4 martial emperor with a single strike. I'm afraid he has the battle strength of a rank 5 martial emperor. First, there was the crown prince Yi Tianyu. Now, there's the monster Yi Xiaoning. If the heavenly spirit god dynasty continues like this, it's very possible for it to become the 8th peak power. This Yi Xiaoning's potential is likely on par with Chen Feng. No, it might even surpass Chen Feng. Yi Xiaoning was like a dark horse that appeared out of nowhere. He became famous in a single battle and shocked countless people. Even the older generation of geniuses were extremely shocked. It wasn't that they hadn't seen people who could defeat people with higher cultivation than them. However, to be able to defeat so many people with higher cultivation as a rank 1 martial emperor was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It's not the 3 buried heaven styles. Could it be that he isn't the reincarnation of the buried heaven sword immortal? Qin Yu's eyebrows slightly raised. The power of Yi Xiaoning's sword Dao was indeed extremely terrifying. However, it was not the heaven-burying 3 moves of the heaven-burying immortal sword. It was not even the heaven-burying sword Dao that the heaven-burying sword immortal cultivated. Qin Yu had only seen the sky-burying sword immortal once when he was a martial king. However, he had a deep impression of the heaven-burying sword principle. After pondering for a while, Qin Yu tilted his head and looked at the area of the heavenly spirit god dynasty. Qin Yu's eyes flashed when he saw that the sword mark was full of admiration and even looked at him with yearning. It seemed that he had to wait and see before making a decision. Yi Xiaoning's appearance caused an uproar once again. A rank 1 martial emperor had surpassed rank 3 martial emperors and defeated a rank 4 martial emperor with a single move. Even in the history of the spiritual state, this was a brilliant battle record. For a moment, Yi Xiaoning's limelight was even above Qin Yu's. The first elimination round of the 10 arenas was over in a flash. More than 20 battles were over in a flash. The second round began, and the geniuses who had won the first round continued to win easily. In this round, there were no more dark horses, but there were no geniuses who failed either. Wen Tianya and the other veteran geniuses didn't even need to go on stage as their opponents admitted defeat. No one would embarrass themselves in a battle where they had no chance of winning. If they were unlucky and were seriously injured, it would be a huge loss. Then, the 3rd round, the 4th round, the 5th round, after half a day, the 10 rounds of battles ended, and the first batch of eliminated geniuses appeared. At this stage, the battles on the various combat arenas had clearly become more and more intense. For some people, even if they encountered the older generation of Sky Prides, they were not afraid to challenge them. They came to participate in the battle rankings with the mentality of fighting against the top geniuses. Naturally, they wouldn't admit defeat again. No matter how intense the battles were, they ended rather quickly. If it was a life and death battle, they could still escape if they couldn't win. However, in the arenas, it was either victory or defeat. No one would do something as embarrassing as running away when they couldn't win. The scorching sun set in the west, and night fell. However, under the divine ability of an Emperor Realm Master, the area within 10,000 miles of Skychi City was as bright as day. At this moment, the 20th round of battles ended, and more geniuses were eliminated. The 11th match of the 29th round, Shen Feng vs Xiao Zhenlong. After a series of exciting battles, another battle that attracted a lot of attention was about to take place. Qin Yu was drawn. His opponent was finally no longer a match for the newcomers. Xiao Zhenlong was the eldest disciple of one of the 10 superpowers, the Saint Origin sect. In the previous battle rankings, Xiao Zhenlong obtained the 4th to 5th rank with his cultivation of a rank 5 martial emperor. In the previous battles, Xiao Zhenlong, like Qin Yu, swept through all his opponents. He was also one of the most popular candidates for the top 10 spots on the first arena. Xiao Zhenlong's cultivation has indeed reached rank 6 martial emperor. In 3 years, he crossed the dividing line of rank 5 martial emperor and entered rank 6 martial emperor. Xiao Zhenlong's battle power has definitely taken a huge leap. This way, we can see Shen Feng's true battle power. I wonder if the purple divine light's strongest potential can be passed. Countless onlookers watched with great interest. Even the other participating geniuses shifted their gazes to look at the two of them. A rank 6 martial emperor could be considered one of the top geniuses in the spiritual states battle rankings. If nothing unexpected happened, Xiao Zhenlong's ranking would be in the top 30 this time. What? Do you think you have a chance of winning against me? Xiao Zhenlong crossed his arms and looked at Qin Yu arrogantly. Qin Yu's title of having the strongest potential in history didn't scare him. On this martial stage, one's talent wasn't important. The reason why Sun Shiyu and the other 3 were named the 4 great saints in the previous battle rankings was because of their talent. Apart from their talent, it was also because they entered the top 50 of the battle rankings. Otherwise, the title of 4 great saints wouldn't belong to them. And judging from Qin Yu's 20-odd battles, Xiao Zhenlong could tell that. Qin Yu relied on his comprehension of the Tao of extreme speed and the divine ability of sealing. Naturally, Xiao Zhenlong didn't put Qin Yu in his eyes. You? If I can't even defeat you, I wouldn't have come to the spiritual states battle rankings. Qin Yu smiled faintly. He didn't take Xiao Zhenlong seriously at all. Kid, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some talent. In this world, only strength is absolute. Talent is just talent. Xiao Zhenlong's eyes twitched, and a violent aura surged. Boom! Immediately, a golden staff appeared in Xiao Zhenlong's hand. The staff pierced through the air and smashed toward Qin Yu with the force of a thunderbolt. Qin Yu wasn't afraid at all. He used the Tao of extreme speed and turned into a beam of light to meet the attack head-on. Seeing this, countless cultivators' eyes narrowed. Was Qin Yu going to meet the attack head-on? Chapter 383. You're overestimating yourself. Xiao Zhenlong sneered as the golden staff in his hand glowed with a golden light. A sacred and vast golden shadow appeared on the golden staff, and its power increased by several times. Saint Origin Sect's secret technique, Saint Origin Spirit. Xiao Zhenlong is using his Saint Origin Spirit. He's going all out. The spectating martial artists recognized the divine golden shadow that Xiao Zhenlong used. Bang! Qin Yu collided with Xiao Zhenlong. A deafening explosion sounded and a destructive shockwave spread out. But when the onlookers saw what happened, they were stunned. Xiao Zhenlong had used his Saint Elemental Soul to increase the power of his staff, but it was blocked by Qin Yu with a single punch. Is that the immortal God Seal? Like Sun Shiyu, this guy has also mastered 2 divine techniques. No wonder he has the strongest potential in history. He's able to face a rank 6 martial emperor head-on. The onlookers exclaimed. On Qin Yu's right fist that he had shot out, a divine seal that was flickering with divine light was condensing. The immortal God Seal covered Qin Yu's entire right fist like a shield. It blocked Xiao Zhenlong's staff and didn't crack at all. This made the onlookers, who thought that Qin Yu was weaker than Yi Shaoning, change their opinion. Without mentioning anything else, merely the strength that Qin Yu displayed right now was definitely enough for him to be ranked in the top 100 of the battle rankings. No, the immortal Stone Emperor Seal might have unparalleled defense, but it can't block all the attacks. Only Shi Tiangang from the Heavenly Imperial Palace saw through it. Xiao Zhenlong's attack was blocked by the immortal Stone Emperor Seal. However, there was still a frightening power that bombarded Qin Yu. As for Qin Yu, his body didn't even tremble in the slightest after taking on the remaining power of the attack. The blood and qi in his body were still incomparably powerful. Qin Yu actually also possessed such a level of attainment in body refinement techniques. How is this possible? Of course, Xiao Zhenlong was the one who was most shocked. After using his Saint Origin Spirit, his attack became several times stronger. Unexpectedly, it was easily blocked by Qin Yu. This caused him to feel an indescribable shiver in his heart. You're going to lose. Xiao Zhenlong reacted quickly and was about to attack again. Seal. Qin Yu's right hand changed. The fist cover turned into a divine claw. It suddenly grabbed onto that divine stick. The divine light of the seal shone and sealed the Saint Origin spirit. Xiao Zhenlong's dragon god tyrannical body made him unable to pull the staff away. You're right. Strength is absolute in this world. Xiao Zhenlong's face. Qin Yu's boom. Boom. Suddenly, Qin Yu's left hand shot out several tens of punches as fast as lightning. Every punch contained an incomparably terrifying slaughter Dao. Xiao Zhenlong's expression changed. He changed his hand seals, and a green shield of the Great Path appeared around him. Although he had been blasted several hundred meters away, his injuries were not very serious. His physical strength has reached several million kilograms. Is he a body cultivator? Xiao Zhenlong was bewildered. His eyes were filled with unconcealable graveness and disdain. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he would have been defeated. As expected, a rank 2 martial emperor can't defeat a rank 6 martial emperor without using the 9 esoteric battle dragon. Since that's the case, Qin Yu threw away the staff in his hand. Azure dragon marks could be seen in his body. Rank 3 martial emperor? Xiao Zhenlong, who had just summoned the staff back to his side, was shocked. He instantly sensed that Qin Yu's cultivation had increased by a rank. His face turned grave. When he was a rank 2 martial emperor, he was almost defeated by Qin Yu. Now that Qin Yu was a rank 3 martial emperor, an indescribable pressure enveloped Xiao Zhenlong. Could it be that he, the eldest disciple of the Saint Origin sect, was going to be defeated by a newcomer? Boom! The space suddenly exploded. Qin Yu's figure flashed and disappeared. Saint Origin protection. Xiao Zhenlong's face changed. His hair stood on end. He immediately shouted and his body emitted a golden light. A several-meter-large Saint Chi soul appeared and merged with him. Bang! However, almost at this moment, Qin Yu appeared like a ghost and shot out a punch. Divine light exploded. Xiao Zhenlong felt like he was hit by an ancient beast. The Saint Origin spirit exploded and he was sent flying. Boom! 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 Before Xiao Zhenlong could react, the Saint Origin Spirit Fist bombarded his body like a meteor shower. Under the Saint Origin Spirit Fist, Xiao Zhenlong's great Dao energy trembled and exploded. He was seriously injured and vomited blood. Shenfeng wins. The Emperor Realm Judge waved his hand and dispersed Qin Yu's attack. He announced the end of the battle. His great Dao energy was destroyed. A Heaven's Pride on the previous battle ranking raised his eyebrows. A rank 3 martial emperor had destroyed the great Dao energy of a rank 6 martial emperor. There was only one possibility for such a situation. Xiao Zhenlong had broken through to rank 6 martial emperor with the help of external forces. His foundation was unstable. After this battle, Qin Yu's reputation became even more resounding. Even though Xiao Zhenlong had broken through by force, his foundation was unstable. However, he was not faking his cultivation of rank 6 martial emperor. Merely, it was an exaggeration. In other words, Qin Yu had the strength to defeat a rank 6 martial emperor. After this battle, the older generation of Heaven's Prides on the previous battle ranking took Qin Yu seriously. They no longer treated Qin Yu as a newcomer with potential. It should be known that Qin Yu did not even use his holy weapon in the battle just now. With Qin Yu's talent, they would not believe that the Heavenly Emperor Palace did not prepare a divine artifact or even an emperor artifact for him. From this, they could tell that Qin Yu did not use his full strength in the previous battle. After returning to the waiting area, the gazes of the surrounding Heaven's Prides changed as they looked at Qin Yu. There was fear, hostility, and respect. Since he had defeated Xiao Zhenlong, Qin Yu would most likely be in the top 10 of battle stage number 1. The battles continued. One after another, Heaven's Prides rose. Like Qin Yu, their reputations grew more and more resounding. However, there were also cases where Heaven's Prides were defeated. When Qin Yu was not fighting, he was observing the battles on the other battle stages. His focus was naturally on Yi Shaoning. Yi Shaoning had become a popular Heaven's Pride for the top 10 of battle stage number 4. He had been undefeated throughout his journey. Rank 4 martial emperors would be defeated in 2 strikes at most. Rank 5 martial emperors could not withstand 10 strikes from him. Among this batch of new disciples, Yi Xiaoning's reputation was second only to Qin Yu's. 33rd round, Yi Xiaoning vs Wu Wudi. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Yi Xiaoning's opponent this time was Wu Wudi. Wu Wudi was a heaven's pride of the 10,000 martial sect. He was the descendant of the ancient martial god. He was one of the popular candidates for this battle ranking. If Yi Xiaoning wanted to win against Wu Wudi, his current strength would not be enough. He would definitely have to use his trump card. I forfeit. However, in the next moment, Qin Yu's gaze froze. Yi Xiaoning had actually forfeited? Chapter 384. This once again caused Qin Yu to doubt whether or not his guess was wrong. Otherwise, why would the mighty barrier sword deity, who had once ruled the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain, admit defeat to a junior of the martial emperor realm? Qin Yu did not think that the real barrier sword deity did not have the means to fight opponents of a higher level. However, whether Qin Yu thought it through or not, Yi Xiaoning's defeat was a fact. Moreover, Yi Xiaoning did not make a move against Shenyuan Chixing, Qi Huanmei, and the other older generation geniuses. He directly surrendered. Even so, Yi Xiaoning's battle results were among the best, second only to those older generation geniuses. It was a foregone conclusion that he would be in the top 10. Although Yi Xiaoning did not know what his purpose was, he should be participating in the ranking battle. For Qin Yu, there was still a chance to test him. Up until now, the battles on the 10 great fighting arenas had already gone through 50 rounds. At this time, the top 10 of each fighting stage was basically obvious. It was basically clear who had the strength to enter the combat role and who had just come to broaden their horizons. Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu of the Sky Imperial Palace were confirmed to be in the top 10. Shi Jingtian's battle results were also good. As long as he did not make a fuss, he should be in the top 10. However, Sun Yuanhu, Shi Huanyuan, and the 4 descendants of the generals, 3 of them had already been eliminated. The other 3 basically had no chance of advancing. Their elimination should be a foregone conclusion. Although this result did not reach the 5 spots that Shi Tiangang had set. However, Qin Yu's rise had completely made up for the gap of Sun Yuanhu and the others. At this time, Shi Tiangang was quite glad that he had agreed to let Qin Yu participate in the combat role. With Sun Shiyu and Qin Yu's extraordinary performance, the reputation of the Sky Imperial Palace would greatly increase. The elimination battle went on for a total of 12 days before it ended. The top 10 of each fighting stage had settled down. The onlookers were counting the number of geniuses of each force. The number of people who had advanced from the top 7 forces. 10,000 Martial Sect, 6. Ancient Cold Island, 4. Shenyuan Family, 5. Heavenly Sun Holy Land, 5. Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty, 4. Sky Imperial Palace, 3. The Sage Divine Dynasty had 4 people. Judging from the number of people who had advanced and the strength of those who had advanced, the Sky Imperial Palace was at the bottom again. The 10,000 Martial Sect, regardless of whether it was a top genius or a genius on the combat roll, had won. Geniuses from the other 10 super forces, as well as the smaller forces, had also advanced to the next round. Almost every force had at most 6 people from the 10,000 martial sect. After all, it was not easy to nurture a powerful young martial progenitor. After the end of the elimination round, the leaderboard ranking battle followed. 8 of the 10 arenas disappeared, and the 10 Emperor Realm referees left with them. Next, the Blue Lightning Emperor acted as the judge. The rules of the ranking competition were similar to the elimination competition. The ranking was determined by the number of victories. In the battles, those who lost more than 10 battles would lose the qualification to compete for the top 50. In other words, the top 50 and bottom 50 rankings would be divided into 2 rounds. The top 20 who were qualified to participate in the 9 prefectures heaven ranking would be chosen from the top 50. Shenfeng, how much of your strength did you use in the battle just now? Sun Shiyu, Qin Yu, and Shi Jingtian gathered. Sun Shiyu asked Qin Yu. Shi Jingtian also looked at Qin Yu. Obviously, he was also very curious. Half. Qin Yu said. In fact, he did not use half of his strength. The azure dragon battling the heavens was only amplified to the third-grade martial emperor realm. That means you should be able to enter the top 20. Sun Shiyu was surprised. Although she could see that Qin Yu did not use his full strength. She did not expect that Qin Yu had only used half of his strength in the battle against the 6th-grade martial emperor Xiao Zhenlong. Shi Jingtian was stunned. Defeating a 6th-grade martial emperor with less than half of his strength. In that case, how powerful was Qin Yu's true battle power? That's why I came. A smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. He was determined to enter the top 20. You're still planning to participate in the 9 prefectures' heavenly ranking? Sun Shiyu is startled. She comes to her senses. Qin Yu's ambition is actually so great. Don't you want to fight against the top geniuses of the 9 prefectures? Qin Yu said. Of course I do. I will use my full strength in the battle later. Don't go easy on me. Sun Shiyu clenched her fist and a proud look appeared on her face. She had the strongest bloodline of the 3 sovereigns in the history of the Sky Emperor Palace. Since young, she had been taught to become a top expert. The heavenly ranking that gathered the top geniuses of the 9 prefectures was naturally her goal. Don't cry if you lose too badly. Qin Yu smiled. Sun Shiyu was indeed very talented. If she ignited the bloodline of the 3 sovereigns, she would be able to soar into the sky. I don't think that I will lose to you. Sun Shiyu's battle intent surged. Shi Jingtian let out a bitter smile. Being beside these 2 monsters, he truly felt immense pressure. Not only the Sky Emperor Palace, but the geniuses of the other forces were also talking to each other. In the following battle, there would definitely be infighting between disciples of the same sect. Many forces had been using the victory or defeat of the heavenly ranking to determine the status of their disciples. Therefore, even disciples of the same sect would fight with their full strength. The spiritual state ranking battle of the top 100 will now begin. Without any rest, the Blue Lightning Sovereign immediately began the ranking battle. On the crystal tablet, the numbers of the top 100 flickered and finally stopped at 2 numbers. Shen Feng vs. Du Qiao. The first battle was already a battle that attracted everyone's attention. Qin Yu, the strongest newcomer in this year's heavenly ranking battle. No one could predict how strong he was. Du Qiao, the saintess of the everlasting sacred ground. Her cultivation was concealed by a secret technique. However, she had reached the 5th-grade martial emperor realm in the last heavenly ranking battle and was ranked in the top 50. The battle between the 2 of them made many onlookers excited. Qin Yu leaped onto the battle stage and entered the Sumeru realm. Du Qiao, dressed in a white dress and with a graceful figure, stepped in the air. Her temperament was elegant and her fragrance was intoxicating. Hallucination fragrance. As Du Qiao stood in the air, a faint layer of divine light appeared on Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu had read Du Qiao's information. She majored in martial arts and minored in illusions. The fragrance emitted from her body could make people unknowingly fall into an illusion. Therefore, Qin Yu sealed all the pores on his body. Du Qiao saw the divine light on Qin Yu's body and knew that the Sky Emperor Palace had investigated her. However, she did not restrain her fragrance and looked as usual. This kind of situation happened to all the heavenly talents, just like how she also knew about Sun Shiyu. However, the sacred ground did not know much about Qin Yu, who had suddenly risen. They only knew that Qin Yu had mastered the 3 great secret techniques of the Sky Emperor Palace. Begin. As the Blue Lightning Sovereign's voice sounded, Du Qiao instantly formed a seal with her hands and a layer of white light flickered on her body. Chapter 385. The next moment, white flowers exuded a strange phenomenon. They were born out of thin air, vivid and lifelike, as if they grew in the void. Du Qiao's figure became a little blurry. She looked like a bright moon in the water, and even ripples appeared. Is that the everlasting sacred shrine's ancient secret technique, the everlasting illusory world? Rumor has it that when this secret technique is cultivated to the peak, one can make thousands of creatures fall into the everlasting illusory world with a thought. I didn't expect Du Qiao to succeed. The Tao of illusion and the martial Tao state of mind are the most important. I'm afraid Shen Feng is in trouble this time. Indeed, although Shenfeng can improve his cultivation with the secret technique, he can't improve his martial Tao state of mind. Exclamations sounded one after another. The everlasting illusory world embodied the everlasting illusory world of heaven and earth. In the illusory world, illusions and reality were real. Once one fell into it, they would never be able to break free. This was the ancient secret technique created by the first sacred master of the everlasting sacred shrine. Even among the onlookers, except for those at the emperor realm, countless martial emperors could not see through Du Qiao's everlasting illusory world. Sun Shiyu, Shi Jingtian, and the others could not help but feel a little nervous. The prowess list had just begun. Was Qin Yu going to be defeated? Everlasting illusory world? Qin Yu looked at the flowers in the sky and smiled. In the Tao of illusion, the stronger one's martial Tao state was, the harder it was to be confused. This ancient secret skill was indeed shockingly powerful. However, it was a pity that Du Qiao had made a huge mistake by using it on him. With Qin Yu's firm state of mind that had experienced 1,000 years of samsara, how could he possibly be bewitched by illusions? More importantly, Qin Yu's emperor soul had now recovered, so, boom. Without any warning, Qin Yu's fist shot toward a certain region of the void filled with white flowers. A murderous fist force swept out and erupted. In the murderous fist force, there was an extremely terrifying chaotic force that disturbed the void. Boom. Several destructive forces exploded, and Qin Yu's body shook as he was sent flying dozens of feet away. Among the silhouettes that Qin Yu had bombarded, a silhouette with a stunned expression also retreated several tens of steps. This kid is actually not affected at all. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't hesitate to launch an attack, the blue lightning sovereign's eyes flickered. The Emperor Realm Masters of the Great Forces were also quite surprised. As venerable sovereigns who had condensed their martial wills, their mental states were as solid as stone, so they were not affected by the limitless illusion technique. But how did Qin Yu ignore the power of the limitless illusory world? This aura, rank 7 martial emperor? In 3 years' time, Du Qiao's cultivation actually increased by 2 levels and reached rank 7 martial emperor. Judging from the fluctuation of her aura, it's obvious that she broke through steadily. Rank 7 martial emperor, it is certain that he will be able to reach the top 30. Perhaps, he might even be able to reach the top 20. Shenfeng, what should we do? As for Du Qiao, who had originally planned to launch a sneak attack on Qin Yu but was attacked by Qin Yu first, the cultivation that she had concealed completely erupted. He was a rank 7 martial emperor. In the previous spiritual state war ranking, all rank 7 martial emperors had entered the top 30 without exception. Even Wn Wuya from the previous war ranking had entered the top 10. Even in those peak powers, it was extremely rare for a rank 7 martial emperor to appear among the younger generation. Basically, they would only nurture a single rank 7 martial emperor. If 2 were to appear, it would be a great fortune. Among the martial emperors, you are the first one who is not affected by the limitless illusory world. Can you tell me how you managed to do it? Du Qiao's body emitted the boundless might of a rank 7 martial emperor without any concealment. She waved her hand and dispersed the limitless illusory world. Intense doubt filled her eyes. The might of the limitless illusory world depended on the strength of the opponent's cultivation. Its effect also varied. However, even Wn Wuya, who was ranked 9th in the previous war ranking, was unable to break through the limitless illusory world. Even though he had broken through the limitless illusory world, he was still greatly affected by it. Du Qiao was unable to understand how Qin Yu had managed to do it. When one's mental state is so strong that it cannot be shaken, no illusion technique will be able to confuse one's heart. Qin Yu said indifferently, "It is impossible for a martial emperor's mental state to be so strong." Du Qiao shook her head slightly. In the words of the Emperor Realm, the mental state of the martial Tao was martial will. The Emperor Realm used the power of the Tao to temper their martial will and pursue a stronger martial Tao. It was rumored that martial will was impervious to all evil. That was why the Emperor Realm was not affected by her limitless illusory world. However, in the martial Emperor Realm, no matter how strong their mental state was, as long as they did not condense their martial will, they would more or less be affected. Not to mention that her cultivation had already reached rank 7 martial emperor. In the ancient times, there were cultivators who went through thousands of tribulations to temper their mental state. Even if you don't know about them, it doesn't mean they don't exist. Qin Yu said. Du Qiao's eyes flickered when she heard that. She had read about the mental cultivators that Qin Yu spoke of in ancient books. She had always thought that mental cultivators could restrain all illusions and bewitching techniques. However, since the Azure Lightning Emperor did not make a move, it meant that Qin Yu did not rely on external help. It would appear that Qin Yu had trained in the heart cultivation secret technique. Since you know my cultivation, why do you still want to make a move? Du Qiao did not linger on the matter of the mental state of the martial Dao. She had seen the battle between Qin Yu and Xiao Zhenlong, so she knew that Qin Yu had not used his full strength yet. However, the difference in strength between a rank 7 martial emperor and a rank 6 martial emperor was more than 10 times. Even if Qin Yu's cultivation was comparable to a rank 6 martial emperor, he would not be affected by the limitless illusory world. However, in front of absolute strength, everything was futile. Rank 7 martial emperor, still a bit lacking. Qin Yu smiled faintly. I really want to see just how strong your potential is. Du Qiao's eyelids moved slightly. With an intoxicating fragrance, she charged toward Qin Yu. At this moment, 9 flower dragons formed by 100 flowers appeared in the sky. They were flying toward Qin Yu to attack him. Break. The azure dragon mark on his body appeared. Divine light filled his palm as Qin Yu attacked. With a thrust of his spear, a boundless killing intent burst forth and engulfed heaven and earth. Rank 5 martial emperor. A cry of alarm sounded. Among the spectating cultivators, there were people who sensed Qin Yu's current cultivation. What kind of secret technique is this? Du Qiao turned pale with fright. She found it hard to believe. This was the first time she had seen a secret technique that could increase one's cultivation by 3 levels. Rumble. An explosion sounded. The destructive power of slaughter swept through the sky. The 9 flower dragons were directly suppressed. They turned into flowers that filled the sky and scattered in the sky. Limitless heavenly cage. Seeing Qin Yu charging toward her, Du Qiao immediately came back to her senses. She quickly formed hand seals with her hands and a strange power spread out. The scattered flowers in the void silently melted into the void. Immediately, Qin Yu felt as if this region of heaven and earth had turned into a cage that had imprisoned him. This was another ancient divine technique of the everlasting sacred ground. It sealed the space around Qin Yu. Chapter 386. Indestructible Stone Emperor Seal. Qin Yu's mind flashed, and a divine light flashed. An ancient seal made of divine light descended. Within the ancient seal, there was a phantom that was a few hundred feet tall. Vast and unparalleled divine power swept through the Sumeru realm. Du Qiao's heavenly cage was suppressed by the Stone Emperor's phantom. The seal around Qin Yu's body immediately disappeared. That's the Stone Emperor's phantom. Shi Tiangong's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with shock. As the Stone Emperor's descendant, he naturally knew. After completely comprehending the indestructible Stone Emperor seal, one could summon the Stone Emperor's phantom. However, in the current Sky Emperor Palace, no one could reach that level. Qin Yu actually did it. This made Shi Tiangang stunned. He was the true descendant of the Stone Emperor. Whoosh! The instant the limitless heavenly cage was suppressed, the great Tao of extreme speed erupted. Qin Yu turned into a ray of light, and with a monstrous killing power, he shot toward Du Qiao with his spear. Du Qiao formed a seal with both hands, and a yin-yang flower formation condensed in front of her. The yin-yang flower formation spun rapidly, turning into a yin-yang vortex that swept toward Qin Yu. Qin Yu formed a seal with his left hand, and divine light gathered. The sky-devouring cauldron evolved and became dozens of feet large, directly swallowing the yin-yang vortex. Whoosh! The sky-splitter spear was like Shenron rising out of the sea, carrying an unparalleled power as it pierced through the air. A pitch-black crack appeared in the void. From this, it could be seen how powerful Qin Yu's attack was. Du Qiao clearly didn't expect Qin Yu to be able to swallow the yin-yang limitless array. In her shock, she immediately summoned an ancient bronze shield. Bang! An incomparably terrifying force bombarded the ancient bronze shield. With a crack, a fine crack immediately appeared on the ancient bronze shield. Immediately, this defensive divine artifact shattered, turning into countless bronze fragments that scattered in all directions. A dazzling divine light burst out, making it difficult to open one's eyes. Every ray of divine light emitted an extremely destructive aura. Du Qiao's face was pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. But with this momentary gap in defense, Du Qiao immediately pulled away from Qin Yu. The exchange of blows just now had allowed her to clearly confirm this. Although Qin Yu's cultivation of rank 5 martial emperor was increased by a secret technique, his true battle power was already sufficient to threaten her. In other words, the current Qin Yu's battle prowess was completely on par with a rank 7 martial emperor. Not good. However, Du Qiao had only retreated a few dozen meters when a chaotic force appeared, immediately distorting the space around her. Du Qiao's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, she gathered all her great Tao energy behind her. Boom! Almost at this moment, a world-destroying killing intent erupted like a flood. Du Qiao was immediately sent flying back while vomiting blood. Du Qiao, who was sent flying, quickly stabilized her body and forcefully suppressed the chaotic true essence in her body. She focused her gaze and realized that a Qin Yu had appeared in 5 different locations around her. Those were clearly his avatars. Shen Feng wins. When Du Qiao was about to take action, the majestic voice of the Blue Thunder Emperor sounded. "Elder, why is this so?" Du Qiao was stunned. She looked at the Blue Thunder Emperor in confusion. She clearly hadn't lost, so why would the Blue Thunder Emperor declare Qin Yu the winner? "Look up." The Blue Thunder Emperor pointed to the sky. This, Du Qiao raised her head and narrowed her eyes. A 5-elemental ancient formation appeared above her head. The 5 elements ancient formation was only a few dozen meters away from her, but she didn't notice it at all. More importantly, she had no idea when Qin Yu had set up this ancient formation. This is the 5 elements god slaughtering formation. It seems like you don't recognize it. The Blue Thunder Emperor glanced at Qin Yu's body as he spoke. Qin Yu immediately understood what was going on. In the blink of an eye, a wisp of killing intent from the 5 elements god slaughtering formation locked onto Du Qiao. Du Qiao's body trembled violently as a bone-chilling sensation of death enveloped her. "Do you still have any doubts?" the Blue Thunder Emperor asked. "I've lost." Du Qiao respectfully bowed to the Blue Thunder Emperor. If it had been a life-and-death battle, with the terrifying killing intent of the 5 elements god slaughtering formation, she would have died a long time ago. The 4 incarnations turned into divine light and returned to Qin Yu's body, and the 5 elements god slaughtering formation also dissipated. This battle made Qin Yu's reputation as a genius even more amazing. Du Qiao left the battle arena with a heart full of unwillingness. It wasn't until she asked the other heaven's prides that she understood the whole story. When Qin Yu shattered her defensive divine artifact, the moment the dazzling divine light burst out, he condensed 4 incarnations. He set up the 5 elements god slaughtering formation and then blasted her into it. After figuring it out, Du Qiao became more and more unwilling. If she could have avoided it, that girl from the everlasting sacred shrine lost completely because of her lack of combat experience. Indeed, if she had seen through Shen Feng's intentions before, she wouldn't have fallen into the 5 elements god slaughtering formation and lost to Shen Feng. That's not necessarily the case. With Shen Feng's combat experience, even if he lost this opportunity, I'm afraid he would still set up another trap and let that girl step into it. It seems that Heavenly Emperor Palace has put in a lot of effort to cultivate Shen Feng. Those Emperor Realm Masters commented on the battle just now. The other young Heaven's Prides looked up and down at Qin Yu. Many Heaven's Prides were more and more afraid of Qin Yu, who had endless means. This little brat can't be underestimated. The sacrificial evil god dynasty's divine son Zheng Qingtian looked at Qin Yu rather solemnly. Playing such boring means that his combat strength is only at that level. Crown Prince Kong Bitao heard this and sneered even more coldly. In the situation just now, if our cultivations were the same, how confident are you of winning? Zheng Qingtian asked. Kong Bitao's sneer stiffened and he was about to speak when Zheng Qingtian said, "At most, I only have a 50% chance of winning." You think too highly of him." Kong Bitao snorted coldly and was not convinced. He, the dignified grandson of the evil god emperor and the crown prince of the divine dynasty, only had a 50% chance of winning against Qin Yu? What a joke! Zheng Qingtian knew Kong Bitao's arrogance and did not say anything. However, when he looked at Qin Yu, his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. The 50% chance of victory that he had mentioned earlier was actually an overstatement. Qin Yu gave him a great sense of threat. If he was allowed to grow, he might become an existence like Shi Tiangang in the future. Wudi, what do you think? Wn Tianya, the young sect master of the 10,000 martial sect, asked Wu Wudi through voice transmission. The younger generation of our martial sect might not be able to suppress him in the future. Wu Wudi pondered for a moment and said slowly, "What's there to be afraid of? We definitely won't be able to suppress him," Wn Tianya said directly. "Fortunately, we can still participate in the next battle. Heavenly Emperor Palace won't take the lead so quickly." Wu Wudi laughed. They existed in the 10,000 martial sect. In the past 2 spiritual state rankings, they had become the strongest of the 7 major powers. The second battle, Shenyuan Chixing vs Qing Dao. As the crowd discussed, the second battle began. Shenyuan Chixing's cultivation was that of a late-stage rank 7 martial emperor. Qing Dao, who came from a mid-tier power, was only a rank 6 martial emperor. The battle ended without any suspense. Shenyuan Chixing won with a crushing advantage. Chapter 387. The third round, Yi Tianyu vs Liu Hao. Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of the heavenly spirit god dynasty, was fighting. Strictly speaking, Yi Tianyu was from the same generation as Sun Shiyu and the others. They were all rising stars from the previous tournament. Although he wasn't as famous as the 4 saints, his strength couldn't be underestimated. Liu Hao came from the Tianyang sacred land and was a true newcomer. This battle also ended without any suspense. That was because Yi Tianyu was also a rank 7 martial emperor. Although he was only an early rank 7 martial emperor, it wasn't surprising that he could crush Liu Hao, who was a rank 6 martial emperor. Liu Hao's aptitude was not bad. However, he did not have the power to surpass his level and fight enemies like Qin Yu and Yi Shaoning. The fourth round, Wu Wudi vs Luo Sifang. Wu Wudi, one of the twin dragons of the 10,000 martial sect, was chosen. His opponent, Luo Sifang, was from the Arhat Palace. Luo Sifang didn't fight and directly forfeited. The fifth round, Jin Wushuang vs Zhuge Ming. This was another battle without any suspense. The Zhuge family had 3 people on the battle ranking. However, when facing Jin Wushuang, a prodigy of the older generation, he was defeated in a few moves. The sixth round, Sun Shiyu vs. The Azure Lightning Emperor's majestic voice sounded from time to time. One battle after another came to an end very quickly, and then came to an end just as quickly. The first round of 50 battles passed quickly. Except for the battle between Qin Yu and Du Qiao, which was exciting, the others were ordinary. The other battles appeared very ordinary. There was no suspense about the outcome of the battle. It was within everyone's expectations. No one had any outstanding performance against a strong opponent. The seventh round of the second round, Jiyu Hanmo vs Wn Tianya. Not long after the start of the second round, 2 older geniuses finally clashed. What made the spectators excited was that Jiyu Hanmo didn't forfeit against Wn Tianya. Jiyu Hanmo was the young master of the ancient Frost Island. He was ranked 26th in the previous tournament. Although he didn't qualify for the 9 states heaven ranking, he was highly favored by everyone this time. He was a candidate for the top 10. Wn Tianya was needless to say. He was the young master of the 10,000 martial sect and the descendant of the ancient divine king. He was ranked 8th in the previous tournament and was on the 9 states heaven ranking. Either title would make Wn Tianya the undisputed number 1 in this year's spiritual state war ranking list, and his fame was unparalleled. "I thought you would conserve your strength and fight for the top 10. WN Tianya leaped onto the combat arena and stood in midair with his arms crossed before his chest, and he revealed a wisp of a smile on his face. His relaxed expression was revealed without a doubt. The ancient frost demon was close to 20 feet tall. His body was covered in muscles that were clearly defined. He was like an iron pagoda as he stood there, giving off a powerful pressure. I will fight for the top 10. As for you, I also want to challenge you. A hint of battle intent appeared in Ancient Frost Mo's cold eyes. In the previous battle roll, he challenged the top 10 freaks of the older generation and was defeated by WN Tianya and Wu Wudi. As a result, he was severely injured and his ranking dropped to 26th, failing to qualify for the heaven ranking of the 9 continents. Therefore, challenging WN Tianya and Wu Wudi was Jiyu Hanmo's goal this time. After all, in the top 100 battle of the leaderboard, they would not be matched against each other again. It seems that your strength has improved greatly in the past 3 years. Sensing Ancient Frost Mo's battle intent, WN Tianya only smiled faintly. Ancient Frost Mo did not waste any words. He formed hand seals with his hands and an ancient black mark condensed between his eyebrows. Pitch-black ancient runes spread throughout his body, seeping into his flesh and bones. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from Ancient Frost Mo, shattering the clouds. Rank 7 Martial Emperor. Late stage. Ancient Frost Mo's powerful cultivation was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. Everyone was shocked. Although Ancient Frost Mo was already a Rank 7 Martial Emperor 3 years ago, he was still a Rank 7 Martial Emperor. But now, the Ancient Frost Devil's aura was so powerful compared to 3 years ago. It was as if he had been reborn. It was not hard to imagine how Ancient Frost Mo's strength had changed. In the Martial Emperor realm, one's strength could undergo a transformation without breaking through their cultivation. It could be seen that Ancient Frost Mo still had shocking potential that had yet to be unearthed. This was also the reason why everyone was shocked. Not bad. WN Tianya put down his arms and revealed an interested expression. Layers of air revolved around his body and rose up. Unseal. Ancient Frost Mo shouted, and an explosion resounded. The ancient runes that covered his body all exploded, turning into monstrous demonic chi that swept across the sky and shook the universe. In the monstrous demonic chi, a demonic figure that was more than 30 meters tall appeared. That's the soul of the ancient demon god. The rumor is true. Ancient Frost Mo really obtained the soul of the ancient demon god sealed in Ancient Frost Island. No wonder his strength has undergone such a huge transformation. With such strength, it's enough to fight for the top 3. Exclamations sounded. It had always been a legend that Ancient Frost Island had sealed the soul of the ancient demon god. Now, it was finally confirmed. WN Tianya, if you don't undo the seal, you will lose to me. Ancient Frost Mo's eyes that were filled with demonic chi looked at WN Tianya, who was sizing up the soul of the ancient demon god with interest. Ancient Frost Mo could see that WN Tianya was the same as him. He had sealed his cultivation and was consolidating his strength. Their goal was not simply to enter the Emperor realm, but to become a top-notch Emperor realm master. Therefore, when they were in the Martial Emperor realm, they would constantly consolidate and suppress their cultivation to hone their foundation. Come on, let me see just how powerful the legendary primordial demon god's soul is. WN Tianya heard this and smiled lightly, waving at Ancient Frost Mo. The aura around him grew stronger, but he still did not undo the seal. Ancient Frost Mo's eyes narrowed. WN Tianya's relaxed expression was definitely not an act. Could it be that WN Tianya was really confident that he could deal with him without undoing the seal? Sure. Although he thought about it, Ancient Frost Mo did not hesitate at all and suddenly charged out. His speed was so fast that everyone only saw a flash of demonic chi, and Ancient Frost Mo had rushed in front of WN Tianya. Ancient Demon Slash. An ancient saber that was surrounded by demonic chi slashed across the sky, and a clear pitch-black crack appeared in the void. The moment Ancient Frost Mo slashed, the soul of the ancient demon god that accompanied the figure merged with the ancient saber with a vast demonic aura. Against WN Tianya, Ancient Frost Mo did not test his strength at all. He went all out and destroyed his killing move. Just in time. WN Tianya did not dodge at all. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and the air around him condensed on his right fist. 9 divine lights floated around his right fist, and an incomparably terrifying aura was emitted. Thousand Martial Sect's supreme secret technique, God King's 9 Fist. The surrounding cultivators were familiar with the 9 divine lights floating around WN Tianya's right fist. WN Tianya, the descendant of the ancient God King, had the bloodline of the ancient God King. The God King's 9 fists was the secret technique left behind by the ancient God King. When this secret technique was comprehended to the peak, it could even shatter the sky. WN Tianya was the descendant of the ancient God King, and had the bloodline of the ancient God King. Naturally, he had grasped the God King's 9 fists. Chapter 388. Boom. WN Tianya punched out, his divine might exploding. Waves of air rose in the air, and violent ripples appeared. Crack. The divine fist and the demonic fist collided in the blink of an eye. It was like a bolt of lightning striking through the air. Where the two of them clashed in the air, a spatial crack that was dozens of feet long appeared. The destructive shockwave that erupted was directly swallowed by the spatial crack. WN Tianya and Jiyu Hanmo instantly sensed it and retreated. Boom. 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 But in the next instant, the two of them clashed again. Earth-shattering explosions rang out continuously. Every time they clashed, spatial cracks would appear in the air. It was enough to see how terrifying their attacks were. Jiyu Hanmo's combat strength is actually comparable to WN Tianya's, as expected of the ancient demon god's soul. The increase in power is really terrifying. It seems that if WN Tianya doesn't break the seal, it will be difficult for him to defeat Jiyu Hanmo. Seeing the intense battle between the two of them, the spectators were in heated discussions. Countless older martial emperors couldn't help but sigh at the changes in the times when they came to the spiritual state battle ranking. The growth of the new generation was too shocking. So you haven't completely controlled the ancient demon god's soul. After another attack, WN Tianya and Jiyu Hanmo faced each other from dozens of feet away. A smile appeared on WN Tianya's face. As expected, I've been seen through. Jiyu Hanmo's eyelids twitched, but the battle intent in his eyes burned even more fiercely. Even if he hadn't completely controlled the ancient demon god's soul, WN Tianya wouldn't be able to fight against him if he didn't break the seal. Although the battle just now seemed to be evenly matched, in reality, he had completely gained the upper hand. If this continued, WN Tianya would definitely lose. Fine, I'll let you see the true 9 fists of the God King. Ancient and mysterious divine runes appeared on WN Tianya's right fist. The 9 divine lights that were originally floating around his right fist suddenly rose into the air and became dozens of feet large, emitting dazzling divine light. What a powerful aura! Jiyu Hanmo raised his head and looked over, his face filled with shock. Countless spectators were also shocked. They had seen WN Tianya use the 9 fists of the God King many times, but it was the first time they saw such a powerful 9 fists of the God King. 9 fists, demon and god obliteration. WN Tianya's figure flashed and turned into a ray of divine light as he punched towards Jiyu Hanmo. As he punched out, the 9 beams of divine light that were dozens of meters long instantly merged into his right fist like 9 blazing suns. A monstrous destructive aura erupted. Demon God exterminating / Ancient Frost Demon's eyes were extremely solemn. He held the ancient sword tightly with both hands. The vast sea of Tao and true essence all merged into the ancient sword. Ancient Frost Demon was not afraid to fight. With a loud shout, he leaped high into the air and slashed down. Rumble. Their attacks met in the blink of an eye. The entire Sumeru realm trembled violently, as if the heavens were about to collapse. The next moment, it was accompanied by a violent and destructive impact. A figure spat out blood and flew backwards. His aura was weak and chaotic. It was Ancient Frost Demon. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone was shocked. The Ancient Frost Demon would lose, this was what everyone expected. However, WN Tianya had managed to defeat the Ancient Frost Demon, a rank 7 martial emperor that had fused with the ancient demon god's soul, without breaking the seal. If WN Tianya went all out, How terrifying would his strength be? In this battle, no one could stop Wn Tianyar's momentum of obtaining first place in the spiritual state war ranking. Even Zheng Qingtian, Jin Wushuang, Shenyuan Chixing, and the other older generation geniuses had solemn expressions. Wan Tianyar gave them immense pressure. However, among those geniuses, there were two who had rather calm expressions. One was Qin Yu, and the other was Yi Shaoning. They did not show any emotions when facing Wn Tianyar's battle prowess, as if they did not care at all. This brat is rather interesting. Wn Tianyar did not pay attention to Yi Shaoning, but he subconsciously glanced at Qin Yu. When he saw Qin Yu's calm expression, Wn Tianyar revealed a smile. Wn Tianyar was rather interested in Qin Yu, who was known as the person with the strongest potential in history. Of course, it was just interest. If Qin Yu wanted to be his opponent, he would have to at least reach the next war ranking. After the battle between Wn Tianyar and the ancient frost demon, the following battles were clearly not enough to deal with. Although some of the battles were rather exciting, they were naturally overshadowed by the other geniuses. Second round, 34th battle, Yi Shaoning vs Zhu Zhenian. Finally, after the seemingly ordinary battles, another battle that everyone was looking forward to came. Yi Shaoning, one of the superpowers, the seventh prince of the heavenly spirit god dynasty. Previously, he was unknown among the younger generation of martial emperors. However, ever since he started fighting, other than the older generation geniuses, he had been undefeated. Entering the top 100 of the war ranking with the cultivation of a rank 1 martial emperor was unprecedented in the history of the spiritual state war ranking. If it wasn't for Qin Yu's aptitude being too shocking, Yi Shaoning would definitely be this year's #1 newcomer. Zhu Zhenian, the second princess of the Saint Divine dynasty. In the previous war ranking, she was ranked 31st with the cultivation of a rank 5 martial emperor. In the previous elimination rounds, other than the older generation geniuses in the top 30, she did not fight. As for the other geniuses in the top 30, they were all defeated by her. Zhu Zhenian's cultivation was at least rank 6 martial emperor. Her battle power was astonishing. Now, Yi Shaoning did not forfeit his battle against Zhu Zhenian. This naturally caused countless people to look forward to it. Even Qin Yu turned to look at him. Now, it could be confirmed that Yi Shaoning's forfeit in the elimination rounds was only to preserve his strength. Now that it was the ranking battle, Yi Shaoning would most likely go all out. Seventh Prince, long time no see. Zhu Zhenian looked at Yi Shaoning. She did not expect that Yi Shaoning, who she thought had the most potential among the younger generation of the three great dynasties, would become so strong. After reaching the martial emperor realm, he soared to the sky and reached the stage where he could fight against her. Late stage rank 7 martial emperor, you are no match for me. Yi Shaoning's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he saw through Zhu Zhenian's strength. This brat. Zhu Zhenian's heart suddenly jolted. Even in the Saint Divine dynasty, only a few people knew about her true cultivation. It was absolutely impossible for outsiders to know about it. Yi Shaoning was actually able to tell the strength of her cultivation in one go. Late stage rank 7 martial emperor? That can't be, right? Zhu Zhenian's cultivation is that powerful? If that's truly the case, then Yi Shaoning said that Zhu Zhenian is no match for him. Doesn't that mean that Yi Shaoning's true battle power is also comparable to a rank 7 martial emperor? Regarding that, let's wait and see. Hearing Yi Shaoning's words, the countless spectators began to discuss heatedly. Begin. After the Cyan Lightning Emperor's voice left his mouth, Zhu Zhenian immediately attacked. Streams of great Tao energy turned into invisible chains and swept toward Yi Shaoning. It was as Yi Shaoning had said, she was a late-stage rank 7 martial emperor. However, it was precisely because of that Zhu Zhenian would not concede when facing the rank 1 martial emperor Yi Shaoning. The one who should concede should be Yi Shaoning. Chapter 389. Whoosh. Yi Shaoning's gaze became sharper as he stepped out in the air with a mighty sword aura around him. The rusty iron sword in his hand slashed out casually, shattering the invisible chains that were attacking him. This sword aura. The Blue Lightning Emperor raised his eyebrows as he stared at Yi Shaoning. Among all the Sky Prides present, Yi Xiaoning's strength was the one that surprised him the most. Qin Yu's battle prowess was also above his level and he was undefeated. However, Qin Yu had used a secret technique to increase his cultivation. Yi Xiaoning, on the other hand, had relied on his cultivation of rank 1 martial emperor to fight until now. The Blue Lightning Emperor could not help but think of the monstrous geniuses from the central continent who came from the supreme orthodoxy. So far, he had only seen those monstrous geniuses from the central continent who had such talent. Sage ancient power. Zhu Jianyan's eyes narrowed as her 10 fingers quickly formed seals. Mysterious ancient talismans appeared out of thin air. It was the Sage Divine Dynasty's ancient sage ancient power. After using the sage ancient power, Zhu Jianyan's aura immediately skyrocketed, nearing the peak of rank 7 martial emperor. Suppress! Zhu Jianyan shouted. Those ancient sage ancient talismans seemed to be sentient as they carried an incomparably vast ancient aura, trying to suppress Yi Xiaoning. Yi Xiaoning did not stop as he slashed out with his right hand. A sword aura slashed across the void. Those ancient sage ancient talismans that were trying to suppress Yi Xiaoning were all cut in half. How is this possible? Zhu Jianyan's eyes widened in disbelief. The people from the Sage Divine Dynasty were also shocked. They knew very well how powerful the Sage Ancient Power was. With the amplification of the Sage's Ancient Power, Zhu Jianyan had fought against rank 8 martial emperors without falling behind. But now, it was cut in half by Yi Xiaoning's sword. Is the iron sword in Yi Xiaoning's hand a Dao Technique Emperor artifact? A prince from the Sage Divine Dynasty questioned. The Blue Lightning Emperor is supervising the battle. Not to mention a Dao Technique Emperor artifact, even an ordinary Emperor artifact would be detected by him. An Emperor Realm Master from the Sage Divine Dynasty said with a solemn expression. Could it be that Zhu Jianyan will lose to Yi Xiaoning? This was a situation that they had never anticipated before. They had high hopes for Zhu Jianyan, who wanted to rush into the top 10. That sword might is very strange. In the 10,000 martial sect, Wu Wudi looked at the rusty iron sword in Yi Xiaoning's hand. The sword qi from the iron sword contained an extremely terrifying destructive sword might, as if it could cut through everything. This kid is a little strange. Wn Tianya also raised his eyebrows. Qin Yu watched the battle quietly. Although Yi Xiaoning's battle strength had increased, he still did not use the heaven-burying sword principle. In the Sumeru realm, Yi Xiaoning stepped in the air, swinging his sword repeatedly to break through Zhu Jianyan's attacks. When Yi Xiaoning reached a certain distance from Zhu Jianyan, his footsteps paused. A deep sword light flashed in his eyes. Not good. At this moment, Zhu Jianyan's expression changed drastically. A sense of impending death emerged in her heart. Without a second thought, Zhu Jianyan immediately retreated. At the same time, his sage ancient power burst out like a tidal wave. Kaila. However, it was too late. After Yi Xiaoning's footsteps paused, he suddenly turned into a sword light and flashed through the air. With a shattering sound, Zhu Jianyan's sage ancient power was completely destroyed. In Zhu Jianyan's narrowed eyes, a destructive sword light slashed down like lightning, as if it wanted to kill her. However, when the destructive sword light was only a few inches away from Zhu Jianyan's forehead, a palm surrounded by azure lightning shot out without any warning and grabbed the iron sword, preventing it from moving any closer. It was the Azure Lightning Emperor. Yi Xiaoning wins. Azure lightning flickered and shattered the sword light. Under the shock of the crowd, the Azure Lightning Emperor announced Yi Xiaoning's victory. This battle had pushed Yi Xiaoning's reputation to a new height. A rank 1 martial emperor defeating a rank 7 martial emperor. What kind of heaven-defying battle strength was this? In the history of the spiritual state, had there ever been such a monstrous genius? At this moment, countless shocked gazes gathered on Yi Xiaoning. This was definitely a monstrous genius that had shocked both ancient and modern times. How can a rank 1 martial emperor be so powerful? The young master of the Shenyuan family, Shenyuan Wentian, had an expression of disbelief on his face. He was the strongest of the 4 great saints, so his target was the next spiritual state battle ranking. However, he naturally wanted to fight for the top 10 in this battle ranking. But now, Qin Yu, who had the greatest potential in history, had appeared. Now, there was a rank 1 martial emperor defeating the rank 7 martial emperor, Yi Shaoning. This made him feel inexplicably pressured. Shenyuan Wentian was not the only one who felt pressured. Zhu Wuyuan, Sun Shiyu, Tang Mingxin, and even the older generation of geniuses felt a huge impact. This year's newcomers were simply unbelievably strong. With Yi Shaoning's strength, it won't be a problem for him to enter the top 20. He might even be able to enter the top 10. It might be a little difficult for him to enter the top 10. That's not necessarily true. From the current battle results and information, Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi of the 10,000 Martial Sect, Ancient Frost Demon and Qi Huanmei of the Ancient Frost Island, Shenyuan Chixing of the Shenyuan family and Jin Wushuang of the Heavenly Sun Sacred Ground, Kong Bitao and Zheng Qingtian of the Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty. The 8 of them should be able to enter the top 10. If that's the case, there are only 2 spots for the top 10. Saintess Du Qiao of the Everlasting Sacred Ground, Zhuge Yingfeng of the Zhuge family, Yun Qingxia of the Great Spirit Palace, Pang Hun of the Five Ghost Sect. These are all popular candidates for the top 10. Didn't Du Qiao lose to Shenfeng? She should be eliminated. Although Du Qiao lost to Shenfeng due to carelessness, her strength is still top-notch among the older generation of geniuses. Didn't Du Qiao easily defeat Zhu Zhenian in the last battle ranking? In short, there are too many geniuses in this battle ranking. In my opinion, other than Wan Tianya, who is undoubtedly the first, the rankings of the others could be surpassed at any time. Heated discussions broke out among the countless spectators. This battle was another heated battle after the battle between Wan Tianya and the Ancient Frost Demon, causing the spectators to be in an uproar. Those busybodies were already drawing up the rankings of the top 10 and top 20 geniuses. Amidst the heated discussions, the second round of the battle ranking ended quickly, and the third round began. Perhaps it was due to the influence of Qin Yu and Yi Shaoning, the fighting spirit of this battle ranking was extremely high. Unfortunately, there were still too few monsters who could surpass several ranks and challenge the older generation of geniuses. Those older generation geniuses used victory after victory to show that their era had not passed, and the newcomers were still too inexperienced. Fourth round, 7th match, Sun Shiyu vs Kong Mingwu. After a few matches in the 4th round, Sun Shiyu entered the arena. Her opponent was Kong Mingwu, the 12th prince of the Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty. Like Sun Shiyu, Kong Mingwu also participated in the Spiritual State Battle Ranking in the last battle ranking. However, the result was a crushing defeat at the hands of Sun Shiyu, becoming a stepping stone for Sun Shiyu to become one of the 4 great geniuses. Chapter 390. Whoosh. Whoosh. Sun Shiyu and Kong Mingwu both leaped onto the battle stage. The conflict between the Heavenly Imperial Palace and the evil Sacrificial Godly Dynasty had heated up recently. The smell of gunpowder between them was very strong. They did not conceal their cold killing intent and wantonly emitted it. You were lucky enough to win the last battle rankings. This time, I will definitely trample you under my feet. Kong Mingwu's eyes were very sinister as he emitted a mighty aura. Rank 7 Martial Emperor. The rules of the evil Sacrificial Godly Dynasty were very strict. After losing to Sun Shiyu in the last battle rankings, he was severely punished. This caused Kong Mingwu to hate Sun Shiyu to the bone. This time, he vowed to wipe away his previous humiliation. I remember that you also said that you would trample me under your feet in the last battle rankings. Sun Shiyu said indifferently as halos of divine light revolved around her body. This time, it's different. Kong Mingwu's eyes twitched as he shouted loudly. The sinister and sinister power turned into surging pitch-black fog that covered the sky and covered the earth as it pounced toward Sun Shiyu. The surrounding several hundred miles were completely covered by the black fog, not giving Sun Shiyu any space to dodge. It's indeed different. Sun Shiyu's eyes turned cold. Her figure flashed as she directly charged into the sinister and sinister black fog. Bang! In the next instant, an incomparably terrifying shockwave rushed out from the black fog. A figure was sent flying while vomiting blood. It was Kong Mingwu. Kong Mingwu was defeated in a single strike. When the black fog dispersed, Sun Shiyu, who was surrounded by divine light, appeared. The countless onlookers had yet to react, their gazes stupefied. The rank 7 martial Emperor Kong Mingwu was no match for Sun Shiyu in a single strike. In a short 3 years, Sun Shiyu's strength had increased to such an extent. The result of this battle was completely out of their expectations. Because of the previous battle, the black fog had blocked their vision and interfered with their perception. Thus, the spectators did not know how Sun Shiyu had done it. However, there was no need to doubt Sun Shiyu's terrifying battle power. To be able to defeat a rank 7 martial emperor in a single strike, her battle power was already comparable to the older generation's geniuses. She might even be able to fight for the top 10. After winning, Sun Shiyu looked at Zheng Qingtian and Kong Bitao. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was obvious. This year, it was Kong Mingwu. Next year, it would be Zheng Qingtian and Kong Bitao. Useless trash. Zheng Qingtian's expression was normal, but Kong Bitao's face was extremely gloomy. Not long after Sun Shiyu's victory, Shi Jingtian entered the arena. His opponent was one of the 4 great saints, Tang Mingxin. Tang Mingxin's cultivation was also that of a rank 7 martial emperor. Shi Jingtian was defeated by a single strike. After that, Shenyuan Wentian and Zhu Wuyuan both won. The 4 great demons of the previous tournament had all become famous for their victories. 4th round, 46th match, Yi Tianyu vs Qi Huanmei. When the 4th round was about to end, another exciting and intense battle occurred. The crown prince of the heavenly spirit god dynasty, Yi Tianyu, against Qi Huanmei, an elder genius of the ancient cold island. Originally, everyone thought that the battle would end very quickly. But in the end, against Qi Huanmei, a heaven's favorite from the older generation, Yi Tianyu was not at a disadvantage at all. Bang! Qi Huanmei, who had ordinary facial features, had a serious expression on her face after she slapped out and extinguished the dozen or so fireballs that were whizzing towards her. Yi Tianyu's strength was extremely strong. He was not weaker than her. She had to give it her all to fight him. Innate demonic way, Qi Huanmei shouted in a low voice. A terrifying demonic aura emanated from Qi Huanmei's body and covered the sky. Qi Huanmei cultivated an ancient demonic art and had comprehended the innate demonic way. Now that she was using the ancient demonic art, her aura immediately changed. 9 spirits divine fire. Seeing this, Yi Tianyu formed a seal with his hands. The spiritual fire burning on his body became even more ferocious. Vaguely, 9 different colors appeared. This was Yi Tianyu's natal divine fire that he had refined countless spiritual fires. It had the power to burn the sea. Boom! Qi Huanmei threw a punch at Yi Tianyu. The vast innate demonic power swept out like a river and was about to drown Yi Tianyu. 9 flames divine killing array. Yi Tianyu pointed all 10 of his fingers. 9 beams of fire shot into the sky and scattered in 9 different directions. They then formed a huge 9-colored ancient flame array that was thousands of feet long. The power of the fire that could burn the sky and destroy the earth was released. The innate demonic power that swept across the sky was burned to nothing. That's the killing array left behind by the fire god. A surprised voice was heard. It was Tang Mingxin. He was born with the fire god constitution. Naturally, he had investigated the 2 fire gods in detail. He did not expect that such a rare killing array would be obtained by Yi Tianyu. What a terrifying aura! Qi Huanmei's expression changed. She felt a great threat from the 9 flames divine killing array. Bang! 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 Sure enough, in the next moment, a flaming giant formed in the 9-colored ancient flame array. The flaming giant slammed its palm down. A large area of the void was burned into a vacuum. Qi Huanmei, who was in the middle of the fire array, had nowhere to hide. She could only face the attack head-on. In the end, under the flaming giant's palm, Qi Huanmei vomited blood and flew backward. The power of the flaming giant was far beyond Qi Huanmei's expectations. Yi Tianyu wins. In this battle, it could be said that the junior had defeated the senior. This meant that Yi Tianyu had officially reached the level of the older generation's geniuses. He was qualified to be ranked in the top 10. After all, Qi Huanmei was previously considered to be a seed in the top 10. Fourth round, 50th battle. Qian Yuming vs Jin Wushuang. After Yi Tianyu, Qian Yuming also encountered an older generation's genius, Jin Wushuang of the Heavenly Sun Holy Land. Snow Phoenix. After Qian Yuming stepped onto the stage, he immediately went all out. A loud phoenix cry sounded from his body. In the next moment, a bone-chilling coldness appeared. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Along with the appearance of the snowflakes, there was also a snow-white snow phoenix that was several hundred feet in size. That snow phoenix was not a physical body. It was only a soul. Qian Yuming was born with 2 souls. The second soul was the profound snow phoenix. The profound snow phoenix's cultivation was the same as Qian Yuming's, rank 7 martial emperor. In other words, Jin Wushuang was going to fight 2 rank 7 martial emperors by himself. Countless spectators discussed among themselves. However, no one questioned Qian Yuming. After all, the profound snow phoenix was his second soul. It was one with him. Naturally, it could be considered as his battle power. It was not an external force like his contracted battle beast. Battle body. Jin Wushuang's aura sank as a torrential battle intent appeared. Jin Wushuang's body was the ancient battle body. It was a spirit body that was comparable to an imperial body. Jin Wushuang had comprehended the inextinguishable battle intent. His battle power was extremely terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Jin Wushuang and Qian Yuming began an intense battle. However, even with the help of the profound snow phoenix's soul, Qian Yuming was still no match for Jin Wushuang. Soon, he was at a disadvantage. Jin Wushuang's inextinguishable battle intent continued to stack on top of one another. It was as if an ancient battle god had appeared. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, Qian Yuming was defeated by a single punch. Even the profound snow phoenix was severely injured and returned to Qian Yuming's body. Chapter 391. Qian Yuming did not defeat the older generation like Yi Tianyu. Although Jin Wushuang was ranked 25th in the previous battle ranking, she was only 3 ranks higher than Qi Huanmei. However, within the top 30, every difference in rank would result in a significant difference in strength. The 5th round, a new round of battle ensued. As time passed, the veteran Sky Prides gradually met up with one another. The 6th match of the 5th round was between Zhu Wuyuan and Zhang Qingtian. Zhu Wuyuan was thoroughly defeated in this battle. Even though Zhu Wuyuan had the black demonic tiger's spirit in his body, he was still unable to do anything to Zhang Qingtian, who was ranked 18th in the previous battle ranking. The 12th match of the 5th round was between Shenyuan Chixing and Wu Wudi. Shenyuan Chixing was ranked 21st in the previous battle ranking. He was the strongest genius of his generation in the Shenyuan family. He had the Li Fire divine body and his body contained the power of Li Fire. Wu Wudi was the descendant of the ancient martial god. Not only did he have the bloodline of the ancient martial god, he also had the wind lightning divine body. The battle between the two of them was extremely intense. The two of them continuously used their killing moves and secret techniques, dazzling the eyes of the spectators. The foundations of the 2 top factions were fully displayed on their bodies. However, in the end, Shenyuan Chixing was unable to defeat Wu Wudi. After this battle, the 10,000 martial sect took the top 2 spots of the spiritual state battle ranking. The 19th match of the 5th round was between Qin Yu and Wu Wudi. His opponent this time was Zhu Zhenian, who had been defeated by Yi Shaoning. This battle could be said to be a battle of life and death for Zhu Zhenian. If she won, she could make a comeback. If she lost, she would have no chance of being in the top 10. Seal. Right after he stepped onto the stage, Zhu Zhenian immediately used his sage's ancient energy to suppress Qin Yu. Qin Yu used the Azure Dragon to increase his cultivation to rank 5 Martial Emperor and the indestructible Stone Emperor seal appeared. Zhu Zhenian's sage ancient power was blocked and she could not approach Qin Yu. Whoosh. Seeing this, Zhu Zhenian rushed out. Relying on her rank 7 Martial Emperor cultivation and the amplification of her sage's ancient energy, she planned to directly defeat Qin Yu with her valiant cultivation. She had seen the battle between Qin Yu and Du Qiao, and would not give Qin Yu a chance to use his array formation. Heavenly stellar godlight. Qin Yu rushed forward and clashed with Zhu Zhenyan, entangling him. Then, the star dragon seal flashed. A beam of starry divine light that was dozens of feet long pierced through the sky like a shooting star. It disappeared in a flash, and many people didn't even see it clearly. Poochie. Zhu Zhenyan could not dodge in time. The power of the great path around him shattered, and he was severely injured. His aura was extremely weak. If the blue thunder the arch hadn't intervened at the critical moment, she would have been pierced through by the divine starlight. The heavenly stellar divine light absorbed the power of the stars and was powerful enough to pierce through the myriad worlds. With Qin Yu's rank 5 martial emperor cultivation, he unleashed the heavenly stellar divine light. Even though Zhu Zhenyan was a rank 7 martial emperor, it was impossible to block the attack at such a distance. Shen Feng wins. The battle ended, and as expected, there was a heated discussion. Du Qiao, who was not willing to admit defeat at the hands of Qin Yu, had a shocked look on her face. Only now did she realize that Qin Yu did not use his true strength when fighting with her. This battle also made Qin Yu a popular candidate for the top 10. After all, Qin Yu had already defeated Du Qiao and Zhu Zhenyan, 2 old heaven's prides. What Shen Feng used just now doesn't seem to be the divine ability or secret technique of the Heavenly Imperial Palace, right? It should be a secret technique of the dragon race. The Heavenly Imperial Palace is indeed a top force with an inheritance from the ancient era. While the spectating cultivators were discussing whether Qin Yu would be able to enter the top 10 if he won, many Emperor Realm Masters were paying attention to the heavenly stellar divine light that Qin Yu used. The secret techniques of the dragon race were extremely rare, even in those super forces. No, that's not a secret technique, but a divine ability of the dragon race. However, at this moment, Yi Shaoning, whose face had been cold the entire time, looked at Qin Yu with a rather astonished expression. He could tell that the heavenly stellar divine light was a divine ability of the dragon race. Although divine powers and secret techniques were often mentioned together, there was a huge difference between them if one were to really look into it. The divine abilities of the dragon race were all innate divine abilities awakened from the dragon blood source. Qin Yu actually knew a divine ability of the dragon race? Could it be that Qin Yu had the dragon race's bloodline in his body? Star of Destiny. Qin Yu, who had just jumped down from the battle arena, suddenly stopped in his tracks, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. After more than 100 elimination matches, he had defeated 2 older heaven's prides in a row. A star appeared in Qin Yu's fortune immortal seal in his soul. That star was about an inch in size, and its light was weak. But Qin Yu could clearly sense that the star was condensed from the power of destiny. The fortune immortal seal contained the power of destiny, and only the star of destiny could be used to consume it. The battles continued. In the 5th round, the 36th battle, Yi Shaoning vs Yi Tianyu. This was the first time an internal battle had occurred since the ranking battle. While everyone was looking forward to it, Yi Tianyu directly forfeited the battle, and Yi Shaoning won. This made many people feel surprised. Based on Yi Tianyu's previous victory over Qi Huanmei, his battle strength was comparable to the older heaven's prides. He was also the crown prince of the Heavenly Spirit dynasty. But now, he actually forfeited the battle against Yi Shaoning. Didn't this mean that he thought he was inferior to Yi Shaoning? Outsiders didn't know the details, but the descendants of the Heavenly Spirit dynasty's imperial family knew what was going on. When Yi Shaoning entered the martial emperor realm, he fought with Yi Tianyu. In the end, Yi Tianyu was completely defeated. Yi Shaoning's cultivation was far beyond everyone's expectations. Therefore, Yi Tianyu directly forfeited the battle. In the 5th round, the 42nd battle, Tang Mingxian vs Kong Bitao. This battle aroused the crowd's anticipation. Tang Mingxian, born with the fire divine body, grasped the golden crow divine fire. His fire control was superb, not inferior to Yi Tianyu's. Kong Bitao, who killed the evil emperor's grandson, had the bloodline of the ancient guardian spirit, the evil god. Although his strength wasn't as strong as Wen Tianya, Wu Wudi and the others, he was still among the older generation experts. He had always been a popular candidate for the top 10, so he shouldn't be defeated like Qi Huanmei. What? You're not forfeiting this time? I advise you to think carefully. Otherwise, you'll end up like the previous ranking battle. Kong Bitao crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Tang Mingxin with a hint of contempt. In the previous ranking battle, Tang Mingxin overestimated himself and challenged him, and ended up seriously injured. You should think about yourself. Tang Mingxin formed a seal with his hands, and the fiery runes on his face lit up, and the purple gold golden crow divine fire appeared. The powerful aura of a middle-stage 7th-rank martial artist wreaked havoc. Haha, you think you can defeat me just because you're a rank 7 martial emperor? Kong Bitao sneered, and opened his hands. His 10 fingers were like claws, and there was a substantial force revolving around them. Fire God technique, burning the heavens. Tang Mingxin, whose face was covered in flames, immediately attacked. The purple gold flames on his body seemed to be sentient. They turned into dozens of fire beasts and pounced at Kong Bitao. Tang Mingxin was born with the fire divine body, and after he activated it, the power of the golden crow divine fire increased by several times. Even the void was faintly burning. Chapter 392. Break. Kong Bitao took a step forward, traversing a distance of 1,000 feet and appearing in front of Tang Mingxin. The purple gold flame beasts that had locked onto him were torn to shreds by his claws. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Golden fire spirit crow. Tang Mingxin's eyes narrowed. Kong Bitao's strength was several times stronger than 3 years ago. He formed a seal with his hands and changed his attack. The purple gold divine fire gathered above Tang Mingxin's head and turned into a purple gold fire crow that was about 10 feet tall. Go! Tang Mingxin pointed his finger and the purple gold fire crow flapped its wings and pounced on Kong Bitao. Child's play. Kong Bitao sneered. The dark grey energy on his claws was as cold as a blade. Whoosh! Kong Bitao crossed his claws. In the void, 10 streaks of claw chi drifted out. The purple gold fire crow was torn apart. Furthermore, the 10 claw auras continued to elongate. Like a fishing net, they enveloped Tang Mingxin. Fire God body, awaken. Tang Mingxin's body turned cold and he immediately formed a seal with his hands. The fire God body was completely awakened. Dazzling dark purple flames erupted like a volcano and soared into the sky. The claw chi that had transformed into a net of chi was burning so much that it started to distort. Kong Bitao's sneer froze. Tang Mingxin had completely awakened the fire God body, and the power that erupted from it shocked him. Evil slaying destruction. Kong Bitao's attack changed. The dark grey energy condensed and emitted an evil and gloomy wave. Whoosh! The dark purple flames that erupted like a volcano were cut by the dark grey energy like a blade. It was immediately torn into dozens of pieces like a piece of cloth. The void around Tang Mingxin was torn apart. He was severely injured and flew backward. His aura was weak. Kong Bitao won. The Evil Slaying 19 Styles, the secret skill of the Evil Slaying Emperor. Many onlookers were shocked as they recognized the secret skill Kong Bitao had used. The Evil Slaying Emperor was a secret skill created by the top emperors of the Evil God dynasty and had killed 19 emperors in a row. Therefore, this fierce and famous secret skill was called the Evil Slaying 19 Styles. Kong Bitao looked disdainfully at the pale Tang Mingxin and left proudly. Although the battle was exciting, it did not cause a huge commotion. After all, Kong Bitao was a veteran prodigy who could rank in the top 10. 5th round, 47th battle, Ancient Frost Demon against Du Qiao. There was no suspense in this battle. The 50th match of the 5th round was between Wen Tianya and Zhu Zhenian. Zhu Zhenian surrendered. 6th round, 2nd match, Jin Wushuang vs Shenyuan Wentian. Jin Wushuang had the ancient war body while Shenyuan Wentian had the innate 5 elements emperor body. The two great battles were quite intense and exciting. In the end, Jin Wushuang won, but it was not an easy victory. On the contrary, Shenyuan Wentian's reputation had become even more resounding. The leader of the 4 great ghosts, he lived up to his name. 6th round, 15th match, Sun Shiyu vs Shenyuan Chixing. Sun Shiyu did not use the power she had used to defeat Kong Mingwu, so she was defeated. However, everyone could tell that Sun Xiyu was holding back her strength. Her goal was to rush into the top 20. In the 24th match of the 7th round, Yi Xiaoning defeated Pang Hun with a single strike. Ever since he defeated Zhu Zhenian, Yi Xiaoning's strength seemed to have broken some kind of seal and became stronger and stronger. That incomparably sharp sword might made even the top 10 geniuses feel their hearts palpitate faintly. In the 49th match of the 8th round, Qin Yu vs Yi Tianyu. Although Yi Tianyu surrendered when he encountered Yi Xiaoning, Yi Tianyu did not surrender to Qin Yu, and even seemed a little excited. On the arena, in the Sumeru realm, the two of them faced each other from a distance of hundreds of meters. I remember that you are also proficient in the way of fire. Why don't we have a battle of the way of fire? After announcing the start of the battle, Yi Tianyu did not make a move. Instead, he smiled at Qin Yu. As you wish. Qin Yu's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. He could roughly guess Yi Tianyu's intention. As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing dragon mark appeared on Qin Yu's palm. The golden flame heaven incinerating fire, which was shockingly powerful, burst out with a whistling sound, as if it could burn the sky and the earth. Is that the real dragon fire? The appearance of the golden heaven incinerating fire surprised many onlookers. The golden heaven incinerating fire exuded a vast aura. It was the power of the dragon clan. 9 spirits fire. Yi Tianyu's eyes lit up. 9 colored flames immediately appeared and covered his body like a 9-colored flame armor. The power it exuded was not any weaker than the dragon fire. After all, the heavenly spirit god court had spent a lot of effort to combine many heaven and earth spirit fires to create this divine fire. 9 flames god killing array. The moment the 9 spirits fire appeared, Yi Tianyu immediately set up the 9 flames god killing array. This was his most powerful killing array, which could be used for both offense and defense. Previously, he had used this array to suppress Qi Huanmei and become one of the top prodigies of the older generation. Now, Yi Tianyu was obviously going to use the same trick again. But what surprised everyone was that Yi Tianyu's fire array was not enough. Qin Yu stood where he was and did not move at all, allowing Yi Tianyu to surround him with the 9 flames god-killing array. Secret technique, fire devour. Yi Tianyu's smile widened as he formed a seal with his hands. 9 colored flame chains appeared in the 9 flames god-killing array and bound Qin Yu tightly. Then, they saw the lifelike sky-incinerating golden flame dragon around Qin Yu. It was immediately sealed by the flame chains and kept being pulled out and merged with the 9 spirits fire. He's really here for the golden flame dragon. Qin Yu's expression was normal, and he did not do anything to Yi Tianyu's actions. In a few breaths' time, the vast golden flame dragon was completely devoured by the 9 flames god-killing array. It's about time. Just as Yi Tianyu was excited and ready to control the 9 flames god-killing array to completely eliminate Qin Yu. Devour. Qin Yu's hands suddenly formed a seal. Roar. A dragon's roar could be vaguely heard from Yi Tianyu's 9 flames god-killing array. In the next moment, countless wisps of golden flames that contained a vast dragon's might shot out from the 9 spirits' divine fire. In an instant, they covered all of the 9 spirits' divine fire. The 2 flames were like 2 ferocious beasts as they fought fiercely in the void. What's going on? Yi Tianyu's excited expression suddenly changed. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and activated the 9 spirits fire to suppress the golden flame dragon. Unfortunately, the golden flame dragon had reached the martial emperor realm. The power of the golden flame dragon had also undergone a transformation. If it was during the martial gathering, Yi Tianyu could still suppress it. But now, he could only watch as the 9 spirits fire was gradually devoured by the golden flame dragon. It can't be. In the Tianyang sacred land, Tang Mingxin's face was still pale when he saw the scene in the arena. His eyes narrowed as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Tang Mingxin was born with a fire divine body, so he could naturally see it. Yi Tianyu had used a secret technique left behind by the fire god, which could suppress all flames in the world. It was a supreme secret technique of the fire Tao that even he was tempted. But in front of Qin Yu's golden flame dragon, it was suppressed. Chapter 393. Damn it, I was tricked. Withdraw. He sensed that the Nine Spirits' divine fire was in a bad situation. Yi Tianyu immediately dispersed the Nine Spirits' divine fire array and tried to withdraw the Nine Spirits' divine fire. Devour. But at this moment, Qin Yu changed his hand seal. The golden flame heaven-burning dragon turned into a 1,000-meter-long golden flame dragon and whizzed past like a flood. The Nine Spirits' divine fire in the arena was completely devoured. Immediately, the might of the golden flame heaven incinerating fire increased by more than a few times. The might of the fire was vast and mighty. Pucci. Yi Tianyu's body shook, and his face turned pale as he spat out blood. Although the origin flame of the Nine Spirits' divine fire, it was still in his body. But 90% of the Nine Spirits' divine fire's power had been devoured. This caused Yi Tianyu to suffer a huge backlash, and his battle strength was greatly weakened. Boom! After devouring the Nine Spirits' divine fire, the golden flame dragon rushed out like a 1,000-meter-long wave of fire. With an undefeatable pressure, he rushed towards Yi Tianyu, who was suffering from a severe backlash. Crack! Blue lightning flashed, and the golden flame dragon was sealed in the void. The Blue Lightning Emperor had made his move. Shen Feng wins. The conclusion of this battle was beyond everyone's expectations. It was truly something that no one had expected. Countless people discussed it spiritedly. Originally, with Yi Tianyu's strength, if he didn't think about refining Qin Yu's dragon fire, even if he couldn't defeat Qin Yu, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Now that 90% of the Nine Spirits' divine fire had been devoured, its power wouldn't be a threat to the martial emperor realm. Yi Tianyu's battle strength would drop like a cliff. Originally, he had been predicted to be a popular genius who could make it into the top 10. But in his current state, it would be difficult for him to even make it into the top 20. This made the people of the Heavenly Spirit God dynasty extremely embarrassed. They had wanted to rely on Yi Tianyu and Yi Shaoning to shine in this year's spiritual state battle ranking. But they didn't expect that Yi Tianyu would be defeated by Qin Yu, and he couldn't get up at all. After this battle, Qin Yu's reputation had also increased even more. Now, Qin Yu and Yi Shaoning's battle results had surpassed many of the older geniuses, and they were the most popular candidates for the top 10. The 7th round, Sun Shiyu against Jin Wushuang. Sun Shiyu also forfeited this round. In the 8th round, Yi Shaoning fought against Zhu Wuyuan and won easily. 9th round, Shenyuan Wentian vs Zheng Qingtian. In this match, Shenyuan Wentian had once again performed brilliantly. Of course, in front of the 18-year-old Zheng Qingtian from the previous tournament, Shenyuan Wentian naturally ended up in defeat. In the 10th round, Kong Bitao fought against Jin Wushuang. This was a battle of the strongest. Last time, Kong Bitao ranked 24th, and Jin Wushuang ranked 25th. The two of them had already had an exciting battle in the last competition. This time, it would definitely be even more amazing. Evil Killing Seal. Compared to fighting Tang Mingxin with ease, when facing Jin Wushuang, Kong Bitao was much more serious. In the previous battle ranking, Jin Wushuang had nearly turned the tables around. So this time, after Kong Bitao went up on stage, he immediately formed a seal with his hands. Above his head, an ancient divine seal condensed, emitting an incomparably frightening evil aura. Inextinguishable fighting will. Jin Wushuang's eyes narrowed. The ancient war monarch body was unsealed. A monstrous fighting will descended, wreaking havoc in the void. Within the monstrous fighting will, an inextinguishable fighting will could be faintly seen. Fight! Jin Wushuang roared. With a vast fighting will, he immediately charged towards Kong Bitao. Kill! Kong Bitao was not afraid at all. He met the attack head-on, waving his claws repeatedly. Unleashing the evil killing 19th style, countless dark grey claw auras twisted and danced in the void like a spider web. This time, with the amplification of the evil killing seal, the power of the evil killing 19th style was several times stronger than when he was fighting Tang Mingxin. Bang! 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 Jin Wushuang's fighting will shattered the evil killing aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The two of them engaged in an intense battle, using all their means and exploding with terrifying fighting power. Among the countless spectators, even the rank 8 martial emperors who had stepped into the ranks of the peak martial emperors, had extremely grave expressions. Even they were a little fearful when facing Kong Bitao and Jin Wushuang. A sense of danger emerged in their hearts. The two of them fought for almost an hour. It was the longest battle in the history of the battle ranking. At this time, the gap between the two of them was gradually revealed. Although Kong Bitao's fighting strength was not weakened, Jin Wushuang's fighting will was getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, Kong Bitao was suppressed by Jin Wushuang. Slaughter the heavens and sacrifice the evil. After being sent flying by Jin Wushuang with another punch, Kong Bitao's hands emitted a sinister black aura. If he continued to be suppressed like this, he would definitely lose. Therefore, he had to use his killing move. The evil killing seal above Kong Bitao's head shot a ray of light into the sinister black aura on his hands. Whoosh! Kong Bitao's hands suddenly tore at the incoming Jin Wushuang, who was surging with fighting will. 10 steel-like dark grey claw auras flashed in the void and disappeared in a flash. Whoosh! Jin Wushuang's inextinguishable fighting will was torn to shreds. There were 10 bloody wounds on his body. His flesh and blood were tumbling, and his bones were broken. It looked as if Jin Wushuang's entire body had been cut in half at the waist. Kong Bitao wins. The Azure Lightning Emperor made a move and dispersed the evil killing aura in Jin Wushuang's body. This battle caused a lot of heated discussion. The power of the 19 evil killing moves made even many venerable sovereigns look serious. It was an extremely pure killing power. The power it emitted made even their hearts palpitate. Kong Bitao relied on this battle to secure his position in the top 10. After Wen Tianya and Wu Wudi, who were first and second respectively, he was once again in the top 10. In the 11th round, Tang Mingxin fought Shenyuan Chixing and lost. In the 12th round, Zhu Wuyuan fought Shenyuan Wentian in the Battle of the Four Ghosts. However, the outcome was decided in a few moves. Although Shenyuan Wentian had defeated the older generation prodigies consecutively, he won against Zhu Wuyuan, who was of the same generation. In the 13th round, Su Xiu fought Tang Mingxin and lost. In the 14th round, Shenyuan Wentian fought Ancient Frost Demon and lost. In the 15th round, Qin Yu fought Tang Mingxin and won with the Golden Flame Heaven Incinerating Dragon suppressing the Golden Crow Divine Fire. In the 16th round, Wen Tianya fought Shenyuan Chixing and won with Wen Tianya. In the 17th round, Wu Wudi fought Jin Wushuang and his inextinguishable fighting will was destroyed by the martial god's ultimate skill. Just like that, after one battle after another, the geniuses ranked in the bottom 50 of the battle roll had been eliminated. The prodigies who made it into the top 15 had changed a lot. Among the 7 top forces, Sun Shiyu and Qin Yu from the Heavenly Imperial Palace made it into the top 50. Zhu Wuyuan and Zhu Zhenian from the Sage Divine Dynasty and Zheng Qingtian and Kong Bitao from the Blood Sacrifice Divine Dynasty. Tang Mingxin and Jin Wushuang from the Heavenly Sun Sacred Ground and Shenyuan Wentian and Shenyuan Chixing from the Shenyuan family. Ancient Frost Demon and Qi Huanmei from the Ancient Frost Island and Wen Tianya and Wu Wudi from the 10,000 Martial Sect. Among the top 10 forces, Yi Tianyu and Yi Shaoning from the Heavenly Spirit Divine Dynasty and Qian Yuming from the Immeasurable Divine Dynasty. Zhuge Yingfeng and other prodigies from the Zhuge family also made it into the top 10. Chapter 394. After eliminating all the top 50 prodigies, almost 70 rounds of the ranking battle had passed. The next 30 rounds would determine the top 30. This was also the most interesting battle in the history of the leaderboard. So far, there were only 7 people who had maintained a perfect record: Wen Tianya, Wu Wudi, Zheng Qingtian, Kong Bitao, Qin Yu, Yi Shaoning, and Zhuge Yingfo. Among these 7 people, the top 4 were predicted to be the top 4 of the leaderboard. As for Qin Yu, Yi Shaoning, and Zhuge Yingfeng, they were only popular prodigies in the top 10. Originally, it was very simple. Their perfect record had a lot to do with luck. For example, Jin Wushuang, Ancient Frost Demon, Shenyuan Chixing, and the others had never fought. Therefore, they were only popular prodigies in the top 10. Whether or not they could make it to the top 10 depended on their true strength. However, judging from their current combat strength, it shouldn't be a problem for them to make it to the top 20. Unless they were seriously injured like Yi Tianyu, whose combat strength dropped like a cliff. Of course, Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning were the only ones. No matter what their final ranking was, they were the most dazzling existences in this spiritual state leaderboard. In the history of the spiritual state, there had never been such a monstrous newcomer. TSK, he actually won with a perfect record. Kong Bitao's eyes were gloomy. The fact that Qin Yu had the same battle record as him made him very unhappy, extremely unhappy. However, now that Qin Yu had made it to the top 50, he would definitely fight him. Thinking of this, Kong Bitao's gloomy eyes became even colder and more terrifying. When the bottom 50 prodigies went to the arena next to them, the ranking battle of the top 50 prodigies immediately began. Among the top 50 prodigies, the ones that everyone paid the most attention to were naturally Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning. Everyone wanted to see how far these two most dazzling stars of the year could go. 70th round, 7th round, Yi Xiaoning against Shenyuan Wentian. Not long after the new round of battles, after a few battles without any suspense, one of the two rising stars, Yi Xiaoning, fought against the head of the four great ghosts, Shenyuan Wentian, who was hailed as the next Myriad Horizon. The battle between the two had attracted the attention of countless onlookers. Looking at the battle prowess displayed so far, Shenyuan Wentian should have an absolute advantage. After all, judging from Shenyuan Wentian's battle prowess against Jin Wushuang, Zheng Qingtian, and the ancient Frost Devil, it was clear that Shenyuan Wentian's battle prowess was very strong. Among the prodigies who had made a name for themselves in the last tournament, only those prodigies of the older generation could still barely suppress Shenyuan Wentian. However, Yi Xiaoning's combat strength had always been a mystery. Up until now, no one had been able to force him to go all out. Therefore, it was hard to say who would win this battle. Let me see how strong you really are. Shenyuan Wentian ascended the stage, his body emitting a dense five-colored glow. He had the innate five-elemental monarch body and cultivated the innate five-elemental power. The carnate five-elemental qi could not only restrain the Tao of the five-elemental Tao, but it could also enhance each other's battle prowess. It was precisely because of this that Shenyuan Wentian had the strength to fight against opponents of a higher level. However, facing Yi Xiaoning, who was a rank 1 martial emperor, Shenyuan Wentian did not have much confidence. The strength of the way of the sword that Yi Xiaoning had displayed earlier had made him feel even more pressured. Whoosh! Yi Xiaoning did not speak any nonsense. Mysterious sword patterns lit up on his iron sword and a torrential sword might burst forth. His body leaped, quickly approached, and slashed with his sword. A resplendent sword aura pierced through the air and a pitch-black crack faintly appeared in the void. Slashing through the void, Yi Xiaoning's sword might became even stronger. Five-elemental God Emperor Fist. Shenyuan Wentian did not dodge at all and faced it head-on. He clenched his hands into fists and the five-elemental innate energy condensed. Carrying five-colored divine light, he suddenly punched through the air. The five-elemental God Emperor Fist was a supreme divine art created by the five-elemental God Emperor during the primordial era. When Shenyuan Wentian awakened the innate five-elemental monarch body, the Shenyuan family obtained this great treasure. He would pay a huge price to obtain this divine art and allow Shenyuan Wentian's emperor physique to unleash its greatest potential. The resplendent sword aura collided with the five-elemental God Emperor Fist. After the sword aura trembled slightly, it easily cut through the five-elemental God Emperor Fist. Its might was not reduced in the slightest. Countless spectators were shocked. The might of Yi Xiaoning's way of the sword was simply too terrifying. The corners of Shenyuan Wentian's eyes twitched slightly. However, his reaction was also extremely fast. The instant the five-elemental God Emperor Fist was cut through, his hands moved and the five-elemental God Emperor Fist moved to the left. Even the sword aura was affected and changed its trajectory, causing it to miss. Whoosh! The instant the five-elemental God Emperor Fist was affected, Shenyuan Wentian rushed towards Yi Xiaoning in a flash. Although Yi Xiaoning's battle strength was extremely terrifying, his cultivation was only that of a rank 1 martial emperor. His defensive ability was definitely far inferior to Shenyuan Wentian's. The outcome of a battle was not as simple as whose attack was stronger. Five-elemental heaven annihilating fists. When the two of them were only several dozen meters apart, dazzling five-colored divine light blossomed from Shenyuan Wantian's body. The innate five-elemental energy condensed like a flood and transformed into a five-elemental God-Emperor fist several dozen meters in size. It possessed the might to suppress the heavens and earth. Sword explosion. Seeing this, Yi Shaoning's attack changed for the first time. The rusty iron sword that was covered in mysterious sword patterns was raised high. With the iron sword as the center, tens of millions of sharp swords of light soared into the sky. In an instant, a sword aura storm several thousand meters in size condensed. The moment the five-elemental God-Emperor fist came into contact with the sword aura storm, it was immediately shattered into pieces. Boom! Yi Shaoning slashed through the air before countless shocked gazes. That 3,000-meter-wide sword aura storm was like a 3,000-meter-wide mountain as it pressed down on Shenyuan Wantian. The suppression of that world-destroying sword might caused the several hundred meters of air around Shenyuan Wantian to explode. Shenyuan Wantian was unable to dodge it. Five-elemental reincarnation fist. Shenyuan Wantian's expression was extremely grave. However, he did not admit defeat. He let out a roar, and the innate five-elemental monarch body burst forth with boundless five-colored mantras. The five-elemental God-Emperor body condensed and once again transformed into a five-elemental God-Emperor fist. However, this five-elemental energy crazily circulated around this five-elemental God-Emperor fist. At a glance, it looked like a five-elemental whirlpool. This was Shenyuan Wantian's strongest move. Previously, when he was fighting against Jin Wushuang and the others, he did not use it because he knew that he would lose without a doubt. However, against Yi Shaoning, he could not tolerate losing. Boom boom! The five-elemental reincarnation fist that Shenyuan Wantian used was indeed extremely powerful. Unfortunately, in front of that 3,000-meter-wide sword aura storm, it was immediately shattered after a short confrontation. It turned into a sky full of five-colored divine light that wreaked havoc. It was completely unable to stop that 3,000-meter-wide sword aura storm. Yi Shaoning wins. The blue lightning God-Emperor waved his sleeve and green lightning filled the sky. That 3,000-meter-wide sword aura storm was immediately broken and Yi Shaoning was declared the winner. This battle caused an earth-shattering heated discussion. Shenyuan Wantian's combat strength was not weak. Even Jin Wushuang and the others had serious expressions when they saw that five-elemental reincarnation fist. If Shenyuan Wantian had used it against them earlier, they would have had to use all their trump cards to block it. However, Shenyuan Wantian, who had such monstrous combat strength, was completely defeated by Yi Shaoning with just 2 strikes. Chapter 395. How strong is his true combat strength? Among the top 50 prodigies, many of those who were qualified to fight for the top 20 had serious looks in their eyes. In that battle earlier, from start to end, Yi Shaoning only executed 2 swords. 1 sword aura and 1 sword explosion. With 2 moves, Shenyuan Wantian was immediately defeated. If the blue lightning god sovereign had not intervened, Shenyuan Wantian would have been crippled, if not dead. This made Jin Wushuang and the other prodigies of the older generation feel even more pressured. Even Wn Tianya and Wu Wudi's faces turned serious. Although Yi Shaoning was not their match now, he was already so terrifying. If he was allowed to grow for 3 years, when they met again in the next combat ranking tournament, what would be their chances of victory? After this battle, Yi Shaoning directly removed his title as a top 10 candidate and became the true top 10 of the combat ranking. With such strength, no matter how one looked at it, he could be ranked in the top 10. 73rd round, 9th battle, Shen Feng vs Kong Bitao. However, after the battle between Yi Shaoning and Shenyuan Wantian, Qin Yu's battle arrived. The heated discussion immediately disappeared by more than half. Countless gazes returned to Qin Yu. Qin Yu carried the title of having the strongest potential since the beginning of the combat ranking tournament. His reputation was even higher than Yi Shaoning's and he was called the strongest newcomer. Along the way, Qin Yu did not fail to live up to the reputation he carried. He won with a perfect victory. Therefore, who was stronger between Qin Yu and Yi Shaoning had always been the core of everyone's comparison. Now that Qin Yu met Kong Bitao, as long as he did not give up. They should be able to see Qin Yu's true strength. Swoosh! Just as the blue lightning god sovereign announced, a figure impatiently leaped onto the stage. It was Kong Bitao. Shenfeng, don't tell me you don't dare to come up. Kong Bitao looks down at Qin Yu with disdain in his eyes. He was really afraid that Qin Yu would be like Sun Shiyu, avoiding them and only seeking to enter the top 20. Kong Bitao's strength is unfathomable. There's no need to. Among the geniuses, Sun Shiyu immediately sent a message to Qin Yu, asking him not to accept the challenge. Just like her, Qin Yu had unlimited potential. The future was their stage. Now, there was no need for him to compete with Kong Bitao and the other older generation geniuses. Whoosh! However, before Sun Shiyu could finish her voice transmission, Qin Yu had already leaped onto the arena. This guy! Sun Shiyu gritted her teeth. She was both angry and worried. The sacrificial evil god court was the archenemy of the Heaven Emperor Palace. It was inevitable that Kong Bitao would be ruthless in the dark. This time, the Blue Lightning Emperor was the referee. However, in the previous battle rankings, even if there were Emperor-level masters gambling, there were many cases of serious injuries or even deaths. He actually accepted the challenge. Is it because he's confident, or is he angered? Wn Tianya, Wu Wudi, and the others all revealed looks of interest. Compared to Yi Shaoning and Shenyuan Wentian, this was a battle between the new generation. They were looking forward to this battle between the new generation and the old. Shi Tiangang and the other emperors of the Heaven Emperor Palace and the sacrificial evil god court couldn't help but watch with rapt attention. However, Shi Tiangang and the others looked a little serious. The eyes of the sacrificial evil god court's emperor flashed with cold murderous intent. Qin Yu's talent was too terrifying. He couldn't be allowed to grow. Looks like you have some guts after all. Kong Bitao smiled when he saw this. The malevolence in his smile sent chills down one's spine. You don't have the right to make me cower. Qin Yu's calm voice made Kong Bitao's expression even more ferocious. Begin. The Blue Lightning Emperor glanced at Kong Bitao and Qin Yu. A layer of blue lightning vaguely appeared on his body. There was no doubt that Kong Bitao and Qin Yu wouldn't show mercy to each other. Even the Blue Lightning Emperor had to take this battle seriously. As the referee, he didn't just announce the outcome of the battle. The timing of his attack had to be perfect. Otherwise, he would become a laughingstock. Whoosh! Almost at this moment, Kong Bitao snorted coldly, turned into a series of after-images, and rushed out. As he charged out, he waved his hands and sharp claw winds tore through the void. Kong Bitao didn't waste any time on Qin Yu. He immediately used the 19 forms of the Evil Slayer. Whoosh! Qin Yu's cultivation immediately rose to rank 5 Martial Emperor after he used the Azure Dragon battle technique. Qin Yu didn't retreat at all. His figure flashed as the Sky Splitter Spear condensed in his hand. His spear suddenly pierced through the void. Boom! That spear strike of Qin Yu's contained a frightening slaughtering power. The 10 grey claw winds that were aimed at Qin Yu were immediately shattered and turned into violent shockwaves that wreaked havoc. The Sky Splitter Spear was like a dragon emerging from the sea. Its might didn't decrease as it pierced through the void toward Kong Bitao. When the spear struck out, the void trembled and the clouds shattered. You do have some skills, but that's all. Evil Slayer, Kong Bitao sneered as black mist appeared on his hands. The might of the 19 forms of the Evil Slayer immediately increased by several times. His hands changed and 10 pitch-black claw winds intersected. The Sky Splitter Spear was directly torn apart. As the archenemy of the Heavenly Imperial Palace, the sacrificial evil deity dynasty naturally knew about the War Emperor transformation. A true divine weapon was indestructible. The divine weapon created by the Heavenly Emperor Palace couldn't even be considered a fake. Of course, in terms of power, it was far above a divine weapon. Unfortunately, it was only effective against people of the same cultivation level. The instant the Sky Splitter Spear was destroyed, Kong Bitao's expression became extremely sinister as he pounced toward Qin Yu. As he pounced, black mist surrounded his hands. A pitch-black evil aura surged and a pitch-black ancient rune faintly appeared. However, The pitch-black ancient rune was hidden in his pitch-black palms and didn't emit any fluctuations. Evil spirit rune. Below the battle stage, Zheng Qingtian's expression changed slightly as he sensed the pitch-black ancient rune. It was one of the sacrificial evil deity dynasty's evil techniques. Even in the sacrificial evil deity dynasty, not many people knew about it. The evil spirit rune was formed by the evil aura of the sacrificial spirit. It attacked silently and only revealed itself when it attacked. However, when the evil spirit rune attacked, one's soul would be destroyed. Even someone as strong as the Blue Lightning Emperor couldn't save Qin Yu in that instant. This fluctuation. Murderous intent flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Outsiders might not know about the evil spirit rune, but Qin Yu had fought the sacrificial evil god emperor before. How could he not know about it? Crack. However, Qin Yu didn't dodge. Purple lightning runes quietly appeared in his right hand. At this moment, the Blue Lightning Emperor's eyes flashed and his gaze fell on Qin Yu's right hand. Die. At this moment, Kong Bitao had already charged toward Qin Yu. He tore through the air with his claws, shattering Qin Yu's true Yuan barrier. Then, he struck out with his palm. Hundreds of pitch-black streaks of energy shot toward Qin Yu from all directions. Boom. Qin Yu waved his right hand and a deafening clap of thunder sounded. The purple lightning that was as vast as the sea exploded, and the hundreds of pitch-black qi that were attacking were instantly destroyed. Kong Bitao, who had a sinister smile on his face, was covered by the destructive purple lightning and sent flying several thousand feet away. Fart. After being sent flying, Kong Bitao's face paled and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His aura also became a bit weak. Chapter 396. It can't be. Kong Bitao is not only suppressed, but also injured. Shun Feng's strength has reached such a level. Countless onlookers were shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. How much strength has this kid been hiding? Even Shi Tiangang and the others from the Imperial Palace were dumbfounded and shocked. From the martial competition of the Divine Dynasty to the virtual space to the spiritual state battle ranking, Qin Yu's strength had exceeded their expectations and shocked them again and again. Is that the heavenly thunder of Purple Cloud? A trace of shock flashed in the Blue Lightning Theacher's eyes. He recognized that the purple thunder Qin Yu had just used was the ancient heavenly thunder of Purple Cloud. This kind of domineering thunder had been a legend since the end of the ancient times. Now, Qin Yu could use it, which made the Blue Lightning the Arch admire the strength of the Imperial Palace. However, he didn't know that Qin Yu's many tricks had nothing to do with the Imperial Palace. Boom. In the next moment, an extremely evil and gloomy aura soared into the sky. Kong Bitao, who has been sent flying and vomited blood, walks towards Qin Yu step by step like a demonic beast that has gone berserk and is filled with killing intent. I'll kill you. Kong Bitao stares at Qin Yu with extremely vicious and gloomy eyes, as if he wants to chop Qin Yu into 10,000 pieces. Immediately, Kong Bitao turned into an afterimage and rushed toward Qin Yu. 3 evil slaying seals appeared around him. He used the most powerful of the 19 evil slaying styles, kill the heavens and sacrifice the evil. Dozens of steel-like dark grey claw energies flew toward Qin Yu like demons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Break. A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. The sky splitter spear formed in his right hand, and a layer of divine light covered the spear. Then, a black dragon seal appeared in his right palm, enhanced by the power of the 9 hells purgatory. Boom. With a stab of the spear, a vacuum tunnel that was dozens of meters wide and thousands of meters long appeared in the void. It was the void that was penetrated by the spear. Kong Bitao's kill the heavens and sacrifice the evil was immediately shattered. How is this possible? At the critical moment, Kong Bitao, who had hurriedly dodged the long spear, had a face full of shock and fear. If he had reacted a little slower, he would have been seriously injured even if he wasn't crippled. Rumble. Seeing this, the lightning seal on Qin Yu's left palm flickered. In the void, a light purple divine thunder struck down as fast as lightning, locking onto Kong Bitao. God blood awakening, sacrificial spirit god power. Kong Bitao's body turned cold and his face changed dramatically. His hands rapidly formed a seal. A boundless, ancient, evil aura suddenly emanated from Kong Bitao's body. Vaguely, a shadow of evil aura rose from Kong Bitao's body. An aura that seemed to come from the primordial times swept across the land. Even the guardian spirit's bloodline was unsealed. Zheng Qingtian's expression was grave. Kong Bitao had the bloodline of the sacrificial evil god dynasty's first-generation guardian spirit ancestor. Now that he had even used his guardian spirit bloodline, it was obvious that he had been forced into a desperate situation. How could Qin Yu possess such terrifying battle prowess? Seeing this, Qin Yu's lips curled up in a cold smile. Within the thunder seal in his left palm, a purple dragon shadow flashed for a moment before disappearing. Oh no! At this moment, the azure lightning the arch instantly sensed that a blue lightning bolt had appeared above Kong Bitao's head. Almost at the same time, the light purple lightning bolt immediately turned dark purple. Rumble. A series of earth-shattering explosions resounded across the land. The area within 1,000 miles of the arena had turned into a sea of purple lightning. Countless onlookers were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They were incomparably shocked. This was the purple lightning divine dragon's innate theurgy, divine firmament lightning, but in the next moment, an incomparably huge azure lightning beast appeared and swallowed all the divine firmament lightning. Qin Yu, the azure lightning the arch, and Kong Bitao's figures appeared. Qin Yu's body was surrounded by a layer of purple lightning, and he was safe and sound. Azure lightning surrounded the azure lightning the arch like a tiger, suppressing the surroundings. But Kong Bitao's face was pale. His clothes were tattered, and his breathing was chaotic. He was in an extremely sorry state. Qin Yu's last divine firmament lightning had been detected by the azure lightning the arch in time. However, some of them still managed to land on Kong Bitao, causing severe injuries to him. Kong Bitao cultivated the evil spirit force, which was the evil Tao. Qin Yu's divine firmament world exterminating lightning was extremely strong and ferocious, completely suppressing him. If the azure lightning the arch had not intervened, Kong Bitao would have died. Shenfeng wins. The azure lightning the arch dispersed the blue lightning around him and announced Qin Yu's victory. Qin Yu glanced at Kong Bitao. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He stepped out of the arena. Although the move just now did not kill Kong Bitao, it had caused great damage to his bloodline source. Kong Bitao would not be able to recover without 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years would pass in the blink of an eye for a martial emperor. But for the younger generation, even if they wasted a year, it would cause great damage to their breakthrough to the emperor realm, let alone 3 to 5 years. They might even be unable to break through to the emperor realm because of this. He actually won? What kind of monster is this Shenfeng? This dark horse is really amazing. Hearing the azure lightning theurge's words, the onlookers, who had been silent, immediately burst into an uproar. They originally thought that they would be able to see Qin Yu's strength through this battle. But they did not expect that Kong Bitao, who was ranked 24th in the last competition, would be defeated by Qin Yu. He could not even withstand a single blow. In just a few moves, he was seriously injured. How is this half? Among the top 50 geniuses, Sun Xiu stared at Qin Yu, dumbfounded. She remembered that Qin Yu had said before that he had used half of his strength. Judging from the combat strength Qin Yu had just shown, Qin Yu had not even used half of his strength in the elimination battle. This made Sun Xiu, who originally wanted to compete with Qin Yu, give up the idea. If she wanted to compete with him, wouldn't she just be looking for a beating? How can a grade 2 martial emperor display such combat strength? Not only Sun Xiu, but Zheng Qingtian, Jin Wushuang, Shenyuan Kaixing, and Jiyuhan Mo were also shocked. Qin Yu's combat strength had completely exceeded their expectations. If they were the ones who fought just now, would they be able to injure Kong Bitao so easily? Everyone could not help but have this thought in their hearts. We have completely underestimated him. Even Wn Tianya and Wu Wudi's eyes turned slightly serious. Although they could also defeat Kong Bitao, it would still be difficult for them to reach Qin Yu's level. That was also the Dragon Clan's divine ability just now? Yi Shaoning's eyes flashed slightly. First, it was the Fire Dragon Clan's divine ability. Now, it was the Lightning Dragon Clan's divine ability. A human actually mastered 2 divine abilities of the Dragon Clan? Even in the Dragon Clan, this was difficult to achieve, right? 73rd round, 12th battle, Sun Shiyu vs Yi Tianyu. Amidst the heated discussion, the top 50 battles continued. After 2 rounds, Sun Shiyu was up against Yi Tianyu. This battle, which could have been evenly matched, was easily won by Sun Shiyu because Yi Tianyu's spiritual fire was greatly weakened. Sun Shiyu was 1 step closer to the top 20. Chapter 397. From the current results, as long as Sun Shiyu fought steadily, it should not be a problem for her to enter the top 20. Among the 4 great prodigies, other than Sun Shiyu, Shenyuan Wantian's results were enough to enter the top 20. However, Tang Mingxin and Zhu Wuyuan's situation was a little dangerous. Tang Mingxin had been severely injured by Kong Bitao and had been invaded by the evil spirit energy. His injuries were not light and his combat strength had been weakened by a lot. As for Zhu Wuyuan, although his second soul was the mystic snow phoenix, his combat strength was still too weak. In this spiritual state battle ranking where prodigies were everywhere, it would be difficult for him to enter the top 20. After all, he did not have the terrifying combat strength of Qin Yu and Yi Shaoning, who could fight opponents of a higher level. The battles continued, but other than Qin Yu, who defeated Kong Bitao and the other 2 in a heaven-defying manner, the rest of the prodigies were the other prodigies. The battles of the other prodigies were well behaved, which meant that the results were expected. Wn Tianya and Wu Wudi were still 2 giants. The opponents they met either gave up or were easily defeated. Among the 7 people, other than Wn Tianya and Wu Wudi, only Qin Yu and Yi Shaoning had won. Kong Bitao was defeated by Qin Yu. Zheng Qingtian fought Wn Tianya. Zhuge Yingfeng was also defeated by Wu Wudi. When the ranking competition reached the 80th round, the top 10 of this year's spiritual state battle ranking had been ranked. Wn Tianya, Wu Wudi, Qin Yu, Yi Shaoning, Zheng Qingtian, Shenyuan Chixing, Jin Wushuang, Jiyu Hanmo, Kong Bitao, and Zhuge Yingfeng. This ranking was based on their current battle results and the opponents they were going to encounter in the future. Unless someone lost 20 rounds in a row, their positions would not be shaken. In the end, the only thing to compete was the ranking of the top 10. Or rather, it was the competition for the 3rd to 10th place. Because of Wn Tianya and Wu Wudi, it seemed that no one could shake their 1st and 2nd places. Round 81, 4th match, Yi Shaoning against Zhuge Yingfeng. Yi Shaoning's new round of battle had arrived. His opponent was the young patriarch of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Yingfeng. Zhuge Yingfeng was a veteran genius, but his ranking in the last battle ranking was not outstanding, being in the 30th place. But this time, Zhuge Yingfeng rose to prominence, defeating Du Qiao, Zhu Zhenian, and Qi Huanmei, rushing into the top 10. Please enlighten me. After Zhuge Yingfeng bowed before the battle, he immediately formed a seal with his hands. A 1,000-foot-long gale appeared out of nowhere, wreaking havoc in the world. That was no ordinary gale, but the 9 heavens' astral wind. What Zhuge Yingfeng comprehended was the way of the astral wind. The venerable sovereigns of the Zhuge clan sent him into the sky to be tempered by the 9 heavens hurricane. This tempering lasted for 3 years. Zhuge Yingfeng had also undergone a complete transformation. Kaila. Yi Shaoning took a large step forward in the face of the gale that could destroy anything in its path, and slashed out with his iron sword. Streaks of destructive sword qi crisscrossed in the void. That 10,000 feet gale had yet to approach Yi Shaoning when it was directly torn apart by the sword qi. Zhuge Yingfeng was startled. A spiritual fan appeared in his hand, emitting a vast emperor's aura. The blue lightning sovereign glanced at it and withdrew his gaze. That spiritual fan was about to become a divine artifact, but now it was really a divine artifact. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Zhuge Yingfeng held the spiritual fan in his hand and poured all his true essence into it. He kept fanning it toward Yi Shaoning. Immediately, violent and destructive gale erupted in the distance. In an instant, the area within a 1,000-mile radius had become a zone of destructive gale. The layers of 9 heavens' astral winds were terrifying. If one were to casually step in, even a martial emperor would not be able to survive. Yi Xiaoning stopped in his tracks. The iron sword in his hand trembled violently, and a clear and deafening sword chime resounded. At this moment, in the hundreds of millions of spectating cultivators outside the arena, the swords of many sword cultivators trembled uncontrollably. The scene was extremely terrifying. Yi Xiaoning suddenly attacked. The iron sword in his hand slashed vertically and horizontally in front of him, turning into a cross-shaped sword light. The cross-shaped sword light flashed in the void and disappeared. The layers of destructive gale were immediately cut open, creating a cross-shaped space that was hundreds of feet wide. Kai Zhuge Yingfeng, who was holding the spiritual fan, had just sensed it when he was hit by the cross-shaped sword light that seemed to have traveled through the void. However, he was not injured. The reason was very simple. The Blue Lightning Sovereign had attacked and sealed the cross-shaped sword light. The result was naturally Yi Xiaoning's strong victory. This battle was fierce. However, Zhuge Yingfeng did not leave a deep impression and did not cause a scene as shocking as when Qin Yu defeated Kong Bitao. The 19th battle of the 82nd round, Qin Yu vs Shenyuan Chixing. This was another battle of the top 10. The two sides of the battle were still newcomers and the older generation of Heaven's Prides who could not participate in the next round. This once again made countless onlookers watch the battle intently. Shenyuan Chixing was ranked 21st in the last round, 3 ranks higher than Kong Bitao. Would Qin Yu be able to defeat another Heaven's Pride of the last round? This kind of suspenseful battle was the most exciting to the onlookers. Li Fire Divine Body, Li Fire Divine Path. Shenyuan Chixing had the Li Fire Divine Body and cultivated the Li Fire Divine Power. As soon as the battle began, Shenyuan Chixing activated the Li Fire Divine Power with all his might, and his vast true essence turned into a sea of fire. The Li Fire Divine Power seemed like a flame that could burn the heavens and destroy the earth, but it would be a big mistake to treat it as a spiritual fire. Therefore, Qin Yu did not fight with the golden flame heaven incinerating fire like he did with Yi Tianyu. This time, Qin Yu charged head-on. The 9 underworlds dragon seal in his palm activated, and the sky splitter spear materialized and blasted out with vast divine power. The divine spear not only contained the slaughter great Tao and the chaos great Tao, but also the power of the sealing divine light. Under the enhancement of the 4 powers, Shenyuan Chixing was completely suppressed and could only defend. This scene caused many of the spectators who were looking forward to this battle to be stunned on the spot. Shenyuan Chixing was not even as good as Kong Bitao under Qin Yu. Qin Yu's battle strength was strong enough to easily crush the top 10? Didn't that mean that Qin Yu was strong enough to fight with Wn Tianya and Wu Wudi? After this possibility spread, all the surrounding martial artists started a heated discussion. Wn Tianya and Wu Wudi were too strong. Therefore, when the ranking competition started, everyone thought that they would take first and second place. But now, Qin Yu, this anomaly, jumped out. Wn Tianya and Wu Wudi's first and second place were probably not so stable anymore. Rumble. The long spear pierced violently like a dragon, and the void exploded like waves. The battle ended very quickly. Without surprise, Qin Yu won in a domineering manner. Now, Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning were already ranked 3rd and 4th. As for whether or not they could charge into first and second place, that would depend on luck. Round 85, Yi Xiaoning vs Jin Wushuang. After another 3 rounds, the top 10 battle appeared again. Everyone's anticipation for this battle far exceeded all of Yi Xiaoning's previous battles. After all, Jin Wushuang was a genuine veteran prodigy powerhouse, not someone who just rose up this year like Zhuge Chengfeng. Chapter 398. Ancient War Monarch Body. Jin Wushuang stepped onto the stage with a serious expression. A vast fighting spirit erupted from his body and swept through the clouds, as if an ancient war god had reappeared in the world. Although Yi Xiaoning was not like Qin Yu, who had defeated the older generation experts of the top 10, Yi Xiaoning was still a genius. However, the sword aura that Yi Xiaoning exuded made Jin Wushuang extremely fearful. He had to go all out. Yi Xiaoning's expression was as cold as ever. He took a step forward and crossed hundreds of meters, rushing toward Jin Wushuang like a ghost. The rusty iron sword was filled with sword patterns and the sword chime shook the sky. The bright and cold sword aura tore through the sky like a storm. Heaven fighting fist. Jin Wushuang roared, and the ancient patterns on his fists were filled with inextinguishable fighting spirit. Bang! Bang! Lin Fan punched out with both fists. Streaks of terrifying fist radiance tore through the air like meteors. Bang! The bright sword aura collided with the terrifying fist aura, and the fist aura was torn apart by the sword aura. The power of the two was not on the same level at all. So powerful. Jin Wushuang's pupils shrank and he could not hide his shock. He had known that Yi Shaoning's sword aura was extremely terrifying. However, he did not expect it to be so terrifying. His inextinguishable sword intent was like a piece of cloth in front of the sword aura and was easily torn apart. Swoosh! A figure pierced through the sky and the bright sword aura shone like stars. As soon as Jin Wushuang sensed it, his body shook violently and he flew back hundreds of meters. There was a bloody wound on his body. Yi Shaoning wins. The Blue Lightning Sovereign said. Jin Wushuang did not react to Yi Shaoning's attack at all. If Yi Shaoning had attacked a fatal spot, Jin Wushuang would have died without a doubt. After the battle, the audience was in a heated discussion. They thought that Jin Wushuang could test Yi Shaoning's strength. However, Jin Wushuang was defeated in 2 moves. This situation was much easier than when Shenyuan Wentian fought him. Many people could see that Yi Shaoning seemed to be getting stronger quickly. That kind of strength was not a breakthrough in cultivation, but a control of the way of the sword. Previously, Yi Shaoning had crushed Shenyuan Wentian with a sword explosion that covered an area of 3,000 meters. Just now, he used a sword light to pierce through Jin Wushuang. This was not because Jin Wushuang was weaker than Shenyuan Wentian. Instead, it was because Yi Shaoning's control over the way of the sword was becoming increasingly terrifying. The sword power contained in that sword ray was not any weaker than the 1,000-feet sword explosion from before. Round 86, Qin Yu vs Zheng Qingtian. After a few more rounds of challenges, Qin Yu once again encountered the Heavenly Imperial Palace's archenemy, the sacrificial evil celestial dynasty. Although Zheng Qingtian was not a descendant of the royal family of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, he was not a descendant of the royal family. However, in the sacrificial evil god dynasty, his status was on par with Kong Bitao's, and he was conferred the title of Divine Son. Previously, Crown Prince Kong Bitao had been easily defeated by Qin Yu, and had even been severely injured. Now, the Divine Son Zheng Qingtian was facing off against Qin Yu. Everyone was looking forward to it. Divine Evil Spirit Seal. After Zheng Qingtian entered the battle, he was not in a hurry to attack. His hands quickly formed seals at a speed so fast that it was dazzling. In the blink of an eye, an ancient seal filled with an extremely fast evil aura was formed between Zheng Qingtian's hands. Crack! Qin Yu arrived in the air. The purple thunder dragon seal appeared in his palm. It was faintly discernible. Judging from the fluctuations, Zheng Qingtian's Tao of cultivation was of the same origin as Kong Bitao's. Since they were both sacrificial evil Tao, Qin Yu naturally had to counter it with the Tao of lightning. After forming the divine seal, Zheng Qingtian held the seal in his right hand and rushed toward Qin Yu. The moment he rushed out, an ancient seal vaguely appeared between Zheng Qingtian's eyebrows. That is, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, and a light flashed in his eyes as if he had discovered something. Evil spirit sacrifice. In the blink of an eye, Zheng Qingtian had already rushed in front of Qin Yu. The evil ancient seal turned into a ray of light and shot toward Qin Yu. Wherever the ancient seal passed, countless ripples appeared in the void. It was as if even the void would collapse because of it. Cake. Just as the evil ancient seal was about to attack Qin Yu, the faintly discernible ancient seal between Zheng Qingtian's eyebrows suddenly charged out and merged with the evil ancient seal. Immediately after, a series of bone-chilling strange laughter rang out. The evil ancient seal exploded with a loud bang. An evil shadow suddenly pounced out from within. Bringing with it a vast and mighty evil spirit aura, it bombarded toward Qin Yu from all directions. The evil spirit aura covered a radius of 100 miles, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Great! Among the top 50 geniuses, an excited cheer suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Kong Bitao, whose aura was still faintly weak. He was extremely excited. Outsiders didn't know what kind of secret technique Zheng Qingtian used, but Kong Bitao knew it clearly. Zheng Qingtian didn't have the imperial bloodline of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, but he was titled as the divine son because he had merged with the soul of an ancient evil spirit. The sacrificial evil god dynasty had been trying to awaken the ancient evil spirit. In addition to making the evil spirit's bloodline return to its ancestral roots, there was another way, which was to awaken the evil spirit's soul. Therefore, Zheng Qingtian, who had merged with the soul of an ancient evil spirit, was not below Kong Bitao's status. Now that Zheng Qingtian had sacrificed the soul of an ancient evil spirit, even if Qin Yu had the berserk divine lightning, he definitely wouldn't be able to stop it. This was because the soul of an ancient evil spirit was a soul astral body. Keek. But in the next moment, the strange laughter that made people's hair stand on end suddenly turned into a scream of horror. The crowd still didn't understand what had happened. Zheng Qingtian's expression was cold, and his hands were constantly changing seals as he used a secret technique. His eyes suddenly popped out, and his gaze was dull. Then, he fell down like a piece of wood. His originally powerful aura immediately weakened like a candle that was about to go out, and he could die at any time. Following Zheng Qingtian's collapse, the evil spirit Qi that covered the sky and earth immediately disappeared. Qin Yu's figure was revealed. He was safe and sound. For some unknown reason, the evil figure that had originally appeared also disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? Kong Bitao, who was originally extremely excited, had a ferocious look on his face, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. With a flash of lightning, the Blue Thunder Emperor appeared beside Zheng Qingtian. After sensing it slightly, a strange look appeared on the Blue Thunder Emperor's face. Zheng Qingtian's Emperor soul had been shattered for some unknown reason. This surprised the Blue Thunder Emperor a little. Qin Yu shouldn't have used a Soul Dao secret technique on Zheng Qingtian. Could it be because of the evil spirit's soul that Qin Yu had just erased? Although he was surprised, the Blue Thunder Emperor didn't stop and directly sent Zheng Qingtian to the area where the emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty were gathered. The emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty immediately checked carefully. Immediately, all of their faces became extremely gloomy and ferocious, and monstrous evil qi soared to the sky. The soul of the ancient evil spirit that Zheng Qingtian had merged with had disappeared. This blow was not small, and it could even be said that it was enough to affect their foundation.